Chapter 2498. Ancestors, quickly reveal yourselves and kill these traitors from the Yu clan. Esteemed sage, please save the people of the human race. In the plaza, earth-shattering cries shook the 9 heavens. Batch after batch of humans were slaughtered, their corpses littering the ground. Ancestor, what should we do? Among these people were the Ji clan, the Sun clan, the Jiang clan, the Feng clan, the Ren clan, the Yao clan, and the First clan. There were also people from various small factions like the Lu clan. At this moment of life and death, some of the juniors had no idea what to do in their despair. They could only place their hopes on the ancestors of their clans, hoping that they would be able to turn the tide and bring everyone a sliver of hope for survival. But no matter how many people prayed, they could not avoid the merciless butcher's knife that slid across their necks and cleaved open their chests, becoming food for the blood 8 trigrams. In the crowd, when the leaders of the 7 great clans saw this scene, their eyes bulged. They looked at the Yu clan's old emperor's giant figure and the 2 8 trigrams diagrams, one above and one below. Their eyes were full of hatred. What a cruel and evil array! Just how much strength did the Yu clan hide in order to refine the sacred hall? Just how much did they prepare? In the crowd, the old lady of the Jiang clan said fearlessly, "If the Yu clan did not have a long-term plan, it would have been impossible for them to suddenly rise in revolt and wipe out the 7 great clans at the moment of the old emperor's death. Yu Duanqing, for you to harm your own clansmen, do you want to become enemies with the entire human race?" Feng Wanran of the Feng clan angrily asked, but his cultivation was sealed. No matter how furious he was, he could not escape the fate of impending death. Kik, become enemies with the entire human race? Your lives are no longer in your own hands, so what right do you have to say such things? If you want to submit to my Yu clan, it's still not too late. Otherwise, once this old man successfully refines the sacred hall and becomes the master of the human race, even if it's not your turn to die, you won't have such a good opportunity. Yu Duanqing's giant phantom let out a chilling laugh. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, several thousand people had already lost their lives in the plaza in front of the sacred hall. The blood 8 trigrams exuded a ruthless aura as they constantly nibbled away at the might of the mighty phantom of the human race's ancestor. The old emperor of the Yu family and the main body of the sacred hall were still fusing step by step. Ji clan, Sun clan, Jiang clan, Feng clan, Ren clan, Yao clan, Di clan, Lu clan. Yu Duanqing's gaze quickly swept across the plaza as he asked coldly, "Are there any of you willing to submit?" The people of the Ren family only have pride that cannot be broken. There are no cowards who drag out an ignoble existence. The people of the Sun family will only die standing, and will never live kneeling. I, the Feng clan, would rather die than become the Yu clan's dog. I swear I won't be a dog of the Yu family even if I die. I swear I won't be a dog of the Yu family even if I die. The ancestors of the 7 great clans expressed their firm stance one after another. Even if they had to die, they would never submit to the Yu clan. Ji Qianqing of the Ji family, Sun Qin of the Sun family, Jiang Yiting of the Jiang family, Feng Wucha of the Feng family, Ren Yuan of the Ren family, Yao Tianwu of the Yao family, the number 1 hero of the First family, Lu Limo, Lu Nimo, Lu Yima of the Lu family, and Lin Feng, Lin Yao, Lin Zhu, and other young experts who were cultivating with the Sun family all spoke out. I swear I won't be a dog of the Yu family even if I die. We swear that we won't be the Yu clan's dog. We swear that we won't be the Yu clan's dog. Countless disciples shouted in unison, and even some people from small factions echoed at the same time. Their voices soared into the sky. Their cultivations were restrained, and they were unable to resist. Although many people were afraid, none of them cowered in the face of death. As they shouted, the fear in their hearts slowly disappeared, and gradually, there was a stirring and tragic feeling that caused the sky to tremble. The Yu clan's old emperor's gaze was solemn, and his heart throbbed a little. He even felt that something was wrong. At this moment, he faintly felt a little absent-minded. Perhaps the unity of everyone's hearts and minds was the source of the development of the entire human race, and the source of their current glory. He tried hard to suppress the restlessness in his heart, and a bone-chilling voice carrying endless killing intent came from his throat. Since all of you are bent on seeking death, this old man will fulfill your wishes. Starting from the 7 great clans, your blood will become the nourishment for this old man to refine the sacred hall. Kill them all. In the plaza, the people of the U clan rushed into the crowd of the 7 great clans and began an even more bloody massacre. What they wanted was the blood of these powerhouses to refine the blood 8 trigrams and use it to refine the sacred hall. In an unknown dark space, an old man sat cross-legged on the phantom of a golden dragon. His entire body was rippling with an ancient aura, as if he had come from ancient times. The old man slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, and for a moment, his gaze was like a bright sun rising, illuminating the entire space. Alas, it's all my fault for causing these human juniors to suffer such a great calamity. The old man sighed heavily, containing a deep sense of self-blame, but his tone immediately became firm. I don't have much time left. If I can't uproot the malignant tumor of the human race before the end of my life, how can I leave with a peace of mind? Apart from a few people with ulterior motives, the rest of the juniors have not let me down. The old man shakily propped himself up and walked out. He seemed to be walking slowly, but in reality, he was extremely fast. As he walked, he murmured, I don't ask you to forgive a dying man like me. I only hope that the human race can have eternal peace. Even if the world is about to collapse, we must not lose our unity. The old man spoke with great relief. As he walked, he gently waved his arm, and the majestic imperial palace dragon chi surged out, silently bursting open a gap in the space before him. He raised his leg and was about to step in. But suddenly, the old man's entire body froze. He exclaimed softly, and one of his legs stopped in midair. This was because, in the senses of his origin spirit, there were some unexpected changes in the sacred hall. As more and more humans were slaughtered, countless corpses fell to the ground. Blood gathered, causing the blood-colored 8 trigrams in the air to become more and more solid. Endless killing intent and bloodthirstiness spiraled over the vast sacred hall plaza. Above the sacred hall that was as dark as a stone steel, the phantoms of the human race's predecessors were much dimmer. The might they exuded was also on the verge of being suppressed by the 8 trigrams. The sacred hall is mine, and the human race will also submit to my U-clan. The U-clan old emperor smiled sorrowfully. He could see that success was right in front of him, but just as he was feeling complacent, the massive sacred hall suddenly trembled. Where the phantoms of the human race's predecessors stood shoulder to shoulder, dazzling violet gold light burst forth, dyeing the entire space with a heavy color. Chapter 2499. The purple gold light surged out, and the U-clan's old emperor felt a huge impact. Then, a cold and loud voice pierced through the void, resounding in his ears and reverberating between heaven and earth. Since when did the U-clan have the right to behave so atrociously in the divine temple of the human race? As the voice fell, the purple gold light slowly receded, and a slender figure appeared in the divine temple, standing side by side with the saint. A young man in his late 20s walked out, then took a step forward, and without any hesitation, threw a punch at his feet. Boom! A terrifying fist mark came down from the ground, hitting the blood-colored 8 trigrams that were fluctuating with a strange and ferocious aura. The fist mark quickly exploded, turning into runes that swept across the sky. The blood-colored 8 trigrams were torn apart, turning into a sky of blood that fell back onto the square. A hurricane suddenly rose, howling and dancing in the square in front of the divine temple. Countless humans, including the 7 great clans, were unable to resist because their cultivations were sealed, and were all blown away. The people from the Yu clan's forces had to circulate their xian qi madly to stabilize their bodies. High up in the sky, the 8 trigrams pattern was also greatly shaken, sending out violent ripples. The bodies of the 8 saints of the Yu clan swayed, and they had no choice but to resist with all their might. The sacred weapons in their hands glowed, and energy continuously surged into the 8 trigrams pattern above their heads, trying their best to prevent it from breaking. The Yu clan's old emperor, who had mostly fused with the divine temple, was forcefully squeezed out by the shaking power. With one punch, the Yu clan's previous efforts were all for naught. If they wanted to refine the divine temple, they would have to start from scratch. Du Xiaofu. Yu Duanqing looked at the figure that appeared, and the imperial dragon qi around him surged. His eyes grew cold, and he wished he could kill him with his gaze. The young man's purple robes fluttered, and a pair of golden ping wings flapped behind him. He was like a god descending to the mortal world, proud of the world. Who else could this person be other than Du Xiaofu? Daring to ruin my Yu clan's grand matter, Du Xiaofu, today, I will grind your bones to dust, the Yu clan's old king hatefully declared. Du Xiaofu stood in the air, looking at the Yu family's old emperor's hale and hearty face. He sneered and said, "Old thing, who doesn't know how to talk big? Come and kill me if you can. Who do you think you are? How dare you clamor in front of this old man?" The Yu clan old emperor regained his composure and coldly said. His giant-like figure completely separated from the sacred hall. Vast and mighty energy surged, causing his body to become even more solid. It was as if he was truly able to support the heavens and earth. "Since you jumped out to die, this old man will kill you first." Yu Duanqing waved his hand, and a huge palm slammed down from the sky. The bright radiance covered the giant hand. As it descended, the void rumbled and trembled. "Old man, have you forgotten that I'm the human sovereign?" Du Xiaofu roared, his voice shaking heaven and earth and echoing in all directions. "I'm the human sovereign, the human sovereign, the human sovereign." At this moment, the countless humans who had been blown away by this domineering voice finally came back to their senses and were incomparably excited. "It's him, Master! Rock Emperor! The Rock Emperor has returned! He has obtained the recognition of the human sovereign seal and is the new human sovereign of our human race. Our human race is saved! Rock Emperor, you must kill Yu Duanqing, take back the sacred hall, and save the lifeline of our human race." The Sun family's Sun Chang, Sun Qin, the Jiang family's Jiang Yiting, the Feng family's Feng Wanran, and Du Xiaofu's disciple Lin Feng were all excited. Even the Ji family and the Yao family, who had quite a bit of enmity with Du Xiaofu, were stirred up, their arms raised as they cheered. Du Xiaofu's sudden appearance allowed everyone to see a glimmer of hope. They placed all their hopes on him, hoping that he could defeat the Yu family and bring the human race out of this hopeless situation. Amidst the countless cheers, an indescribable charm rose from Du Xiaofu's heart. The powerful red-bone horse monkey's origin spirit was also strengthened by a strange energy, becoming even stronger. Du Xiaofu knew that this was the power of what the people yearned for. It was the power of faith born from the thoughts of tens of thousands of living beings. As the desolate country's rock emperor, he had also fused with the human sovereign seal and was extremely familiar with this power. Du Xiaofu didn't dare be careless as he watched the Yu family's old emperor's enormous palm strike. The violet gold celestial tower appeared in his hands as he gripped the hilt with both hands and shouted, "Sword splits 10,000 li." Terrifying energy poured out, accompanied by countless flying talismans and mysterious runes. They condensed into a vast sword light that cut through the void and collided with Yu Duanqing's palm strike. Boom! The two powerful forces entangled, tore, and collided with each other, sending out waves of energy that could destroy heaven and earth. A long rumble rang out as the violet gold celestial tower slashed open a terrifying fissure in the void. The sword light continued forward, cleaving a bottomless abyss in the distance that extended into the infinite distance. Du Xiaofu's azure spirit armor glowed with a lustrous luster, blocking all the aftershocks. The Yu family's old emperor took half a step back, his expression grave. The feeling this kid gave him was much stronger than when he was in the tomb of heaven and earth. Presumably, he must have obtained extraordinary benefits in that space. He had no choice but to treat this with caution. "Little bastard, I swear I'm not human if I don't kill you today," the Yu family's old emperor roared. "The Yu family has benefited from the human race, yet you've committed such despicable acts. You have the nerve to call yourselves human." Du Xiaofu retorted disdainfully, flapping his great ping wings and spreading golden light all around him. "If you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish." The Yu family's old emperor raised his hands into the air, his cultivation of perfect sage realm rising into the air. He shouted again, "Desolate diagram and blood trigram, rise." With that, the 8 experts of the Yu clan in the sky moved with all their might. The sacred artifacts in their hands rippled with a vast amount of energy, surging towards the 8 trigrams diagram that exuded a vast aura, causing it to become even brighter than before. On the plaza, the river of blood roiled and quickly condensed into another blood-colored 8 trigram that rose into the air. 2 8 trigram diagrams, one vast and majestic, exuding an aura of righteousness. The other was treacherous and tyrannical, pulsing with murderous intent. One above and one below, they slowly closed in, trapping Du Xiaofu in the middle. 8 trigram and blood trigram, desolate diagram and sacrifice to the heavens. Suppress him. The Yu family's old emperor's eyes were like blazing suns, blazing with fierce, killing intent. The desolate diagram and blood trigram was the Yu family's strongest technique. Using the blood of countless living beings as a sacrifice and the full power of 9 sage realm experts, it could create unparalleled power. If anyone wanted to break it with their own strength, it would be no different from a fantasy. Therefore, even if Du Xiaofu had the ability to reach the heavens, he wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being suppressed. Chapter 2500. Desolate diagram blood trigram? What kind of talisman array is this? Du Xiaofu squinted his eyes. Even with his attainments in talisman arrays, he could not see the flaw in this desolate diagram blood trigram. Unless it was like the punch from before, using force to break force. However, at that time, the energy of the 2 8 trigrams had been used on the predecessor sage's phantom to refine the sacred palace. His unexpected punch had caused the blood trigram to collapse. Now, all the power of the 2 8 trigrams was directly suppressing him. Du Xiaofu was in the middle of it, so the pressure he had to endure was naturally incomparable. Moreover, with the control of the Yu family's old emperor, the power of the 2 8 trigrams had increased tremendously. It was many times stronger than before. It would not be easy to use the same trick to break 10,000 spells with force. Rumble, at this moment, on the 2 8 trigrams diagrams, a grand aura and a vicious aura interweaved together, suffused with a terrifying killing intent. They were like 2 millstones that closed in on Du Xiaofu to crush him. The void rumbled, and the space between the millstones was crushed, forming a terrifying pitch-black void. The huge sacred palace and the square were trembling non-stop, as if they were about to be crushed into powder by the pressure released by the 2 8 trigrams. The vast power was like Mount Tai pressing down on Du Xiaofu. Thunder martial vein, rise. Du Xiaofu did not dare to hesitate. With a loud shout, golden light surged from his body, and the thunder martial vein broke out of his body. The thick thunderbolts were like coiling dragons, circling around Du Xiaofu's body. His body flickered in and out of view, making him look like a holy spirit standing in the air. At the same time, the purple-gold heavenly tower in his hand shone brightly. The 4 phantoms of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise appeared, standing in the 4 directions. The roars of dragons, tigers, birds, and turtles made the sky tremble. Emptiness between heaven and earth. The purple-gold heavenly tower slashed down, and a sword light rose into the sky. It was dazzling and outstanding, like a heavenly pillar that connected heaven and earth, and fiercely slashed down at the blood-colored 8 trigrams under his feet. Boom! Resplendent sword beams collided and a vast sound reverberated. Soon after, the energy was extinguished and turned into symbols that filled the sky. They swirled and danced in the air like dust. This included Du Xiaofu, the Yu clan's old emperor, the 8 saints, and the human experts who were blown out of the square by the wind. At this moment, they only felt their eardrums go numb and temporarily deafened. They couldn't hear anything, and the world seemed to have become peaceful. It was very strange. The tyrannical energy wreaked havoc, annihilating everything. Light surged and shot in all directions, scorching everyone's eyes. This energy storm lasted for a long time before gradually dissipating. Everything returned to normal on the spot. Du Xiaofu's sword was placed beside his feet, the golden light was retracted, and the lightning on his body was completely destroyed. His azure spirit armor had exploded, and a hideous wound appeared on his chest, with golden blood flowing out. The 2 8 trigrams above his head and below his feet were shaken off. Their brilliance dimmed a lot, but they didn't disintegrate. They were still fluctuating with a terrifying aura of righteousness and killing intent. Du Xiaofu's expression was grave. The power of the desolate diagram blood hexagram had exceeded his current understanding of the strength of cultivators. Not long ago, he had comprehended the emptiness of heaven and earth in the Beast King mountain range. He had directly cut off the head of the distant Sky Flame Phoenix clan's ancestor Feng San. But now, the same move couldn't cause any substantial damage to the 2 8 trigrams. How could he not be shocked? Sure enough, this was the strongest move of the Yu clan. With such a strong backing, it was no wonder that they dared to plot against the highest authority of the human race. Seeing Du Xiaofu's condition, the Yu clan's old emperor was also in disbelief. Even the phantoms of the human race's predecessors couldn't contend against the desolate diagram blood hexagram. This Du Xiaofu could actually crush the desolate diagram blood hexagram's combined attack and only suffer some minor injuries. This made the old emperor have a whole new level of respect for him. Rock Emperor, you must hold on. You must defeat that old bastard Yu Duanqing. The human race can only rely on you. In the distance, countless humans were silently praying in their hearts. Right now, this young man was their greatest hope. Little bastard, you must die today. A hateful voice came from the Yu clan's old emperor's throat, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. The blazing imperial palace draconic chi swirled around his body and began to ripple once more. An invisible pulling force spread out and connected with the 2 8 trigrams, urging them to continue pressing down on Du Xiaofu. No matter what, for the sake of the Yu clan's grand plan, this brat had to be killed here today. With the old and new grudges added together, there was no room for negotiation between the two sides. Du Xiaofu didn't respond. He only moved his hands in the air, silently forming one complex and profound seal after another. As the seals were formed, an indescribable pressure gradually rose. It was as if the momentum of the world had descended in an instant, suppressing the origin spirits of everyone present. Resplendent light filled the air as lines intertwined and formed a grand and imposing 8 trigrams in the void, contrasting brilliantly with the Yu clan's desolate diagram and blood trigrams. Immediately after, the space of the 8 trigrams rumbled loudly. Heavenly lightning struck down, earthen fire rose into the sky, great rivers rose into the air, and mountains and lakes moved. Heavenly lightning absolute break. Heavenly fire dual person break. Earth pool Lu trigram break. Earth fire bright barbarian break. Du Xiaofu constantly shouted. Heavenly lightning stirred up earthen fire, great rivers coiled around mountains and lakes, and terrifying talisman patterns boiled like boiling water. They wreaked havoc in the space of the 8 trigrams as if they wanted to destroy the world. The desolate diagram and blood trigrams were also incomparably terrifying. Under the control of the Yu clan's old emperor, they continuously pressed down on Du Xiaofu, squeezing the vast energy fluctuations of the 8 trigrams until they made sizzling sounds. The 8 trigrams constantly collided in the air, causing endless energy to pour out. The Yu clan's experts on the square had long retreated to a distant place. No one dared to rashly stay there to die. As time passed, Du Xiaofu's 8 trigrams finally quieted down, revealing his sorry figure. The 8 Saint Realm experts of the Yu clan all spat out a mouthful of blood. The desolate diagram and blood trigrams almost couldn't be maintained. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Du Xiaofu's body suddenly glowed with golden light. A huge red-bone horse monkey's shadow occupied the void, its figure rapidly expanding. This was Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. Under his control, it directly charged at the desolate diagram and blood trigrams above his head, instantly breaking through it. The desolate diagram and blood trigrams immediately dissipated. The 8 Saint Realm experts of the Yu clan could no longer hold on and fell from the sky one after another. Like dumplings being dropped into a pot, they suffered heavy injuries. The old Emperor Yu Duanqing also covered his chest and retreated. Obviously, he had suffered a heavy blow. Chapter 2501. Looking at Du Xiaofu, who had already escaped from the desolate map's 8 trigrams range, the Yu clan's old emperor was incomparably shocked. That brat's methods were endless, and he was really too evil. Even the Yu clan's strongest method could not trap him and was broken by him. This was really too shocking. Rock Emperor, good job. Kill that old bastard Yu Duanqing. As long as the crisis of the human race can be resolved, my Ji clan is willing to serve the Rock Emperor as our master. My Yao clan has offended the Rock Emperor before. After this matter, we will definitely ask for forgiveness from the Rock Emperor, and you can deal with us as you wish. Outside the square, countless experts of the human race spoke up. Kiki, you still dare to act so wantonly. Do you really think this little bastard can save you? Yu Duanqing laughed sinisterly and ordered the experts of the Yu clan, continue to kill, leave no one alive. Hearing this, the experts of the Yu clan raised their weapons and charged into the crowd again, wanting to start a new round of bloody slaughter. Those people's cultivations were all sealed, and they could not resist at all. Du Xiaofu's eyes darkened, and he was anxious in his heart. Relying on the uniqueness of the red-bone horse monkey's primordial spirit, he could break all formations and break free from the suppression of the desolate map's 8 trigrams. However, he only had his own strength now. Even if he could contend against the Yu clan's old emperor, he was powerless to help those human experts. Could it be that he could only watch as they were slaughtered one by one? Among those people, there were many old friends of the Lu clan, the Sun clan, and the Feng clan, such as Lu Limo, Lu Nimo, Sun Qin, Jiang Yiting, and his disciple Lin Feng. Du Xiaofu could not ignore them and let them be slaughtered by the Yu clan. Brat, you will definitely die today. The Yu clan's old emperor shouted. Before Yu Duanqing's voice fell, a loud and clear voice spread through the square. Do you think you can kill the son of Du Tingxian as you please? As soon as this voice fell, a long spear pierced through the void and directly pierced the chest of a Yu clan expert. Lightning exploded, and that person's body was directly blasted into pieces. He couldn't be more dead. Immediately after, a valiant and tall middle-aged man appeared. His aura was magnificent, and he rushed into the Yu family's formation. For a moment, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the Yu family experts who were about to kill again fell to the ground one after another. Drunkard Dad! This scene made Du Xiaofu ecstatic. Just when he was at his most helpless, his drunkard father had come. But then, his heart sank again. The drunkard's father was brave, but he was indeed alone. Soon, he was besieged by countless experts of the Yu clan, and it was difficult for him to escape. Kik, the Yu clan's old emperor laughed strangely. I was wondering who it was. So he's just a clown. What can he do? Really? The one who answered Yu Duanqing was the deep voice of a middle-aged man. A middle-aged man with thick eyebrows appeared. With a raise of his hand, the six-wheel blood-killing array quickly attacked, rampaging through the Yu clan experts. After a few rounds, a large number of them were knocked down. Brother Qin Chun. Du Xiaofu was ecstatic again. With the addition of the array child Jin Qin Chun, the pressure on his drunkard father was greatly reduced. Du Xiaofu's happy expression was still hanging on his face. Then, an even more exciting scene played out. Everyone saw the space in the distance silently burst open again, and different figures walked out from within. Father, I'll help you deal with this thing. Little Xingxing's small body rushed over, and without saying a word, she directly charged at the Yu clan's old emperor, about to start a fight. No rush, wait first. Du Xiaofu hurriedly pulled her back, his eyes burning as he looked into the distance. How dare you take my brother's position as the human emperor? Do you think my barren country has no one? Before the golden-robed youth Du Xiaoyao arrived, he shouted loudly. His voice shook the void, boundlessly domineering. The Yu clan wants to touch this old man's grandson. Did the great golden-winged Peng clan agree? Jialo Batian, Jialo Mola, Jialo Juayu, Jialo Kaling, and the rest of the great golden-winged Peng clan walked out from the void, dragging a trail of golden light behind them. They did not hide their killing intent at all of the Yu clan. The barren country's 18 celestial guards are here to support the Rock Emperor. With a whoosh, another large group of figures appeared. The 18 celestial guards, led by Yi Piaoling, had arrived. The air seemed to be frozen by their cold aura. The arrival of so many experts caused the situation here to change quietly. Everyone in the Yu clan trembled in fear, and Yu Duanqing's expression became more and more unsightly. Which one of these experts wasn't a character who could hold their own? At this moment, they had all appeared at the same time to support Du Xiaofu. How could he remain calm? However, the following situation made the Yu clan's old emperor tremble even more. Half of his spine instantly turned cold. The barren country's guardian sacred envoy, the celestial beast hall's guardian sacred envoy. We're here to support the Rock Emperor. The green fox old monster, Mo Tianxiao, Dongfang Qingmu, Nether Demon, Yeluhan, Dugu Fenshin, and the others had all arrived. They gathered outside the plaza, blocking the Yu clan's people and the countless human experts. Who dares to oppose my master? Are you tired of living? Lei Yang's cold voice echoed. The black ape, ground wolf, ice toad, ardent eagle, and flying fish followed behind, all of them exuding biting cold killing intent. Brother! Master, I'm here. Du Xiaojing and Lei Tianhuang arrived at almost the same time and directly surrounded Du Xiaofu. Seeing these people arrive, Du Xiaofu greeted them one by one, his heart filled with indescribable excitement. What he didn't expect was that all of this was far from over. There were still people coming. Brother-in-law, the school of Yinyang is here to help you. The school of Confucianism is here to help the Grand Shaman. Ha ha ha, my Fang clan is also here to join in the fun. The school of agriculture is here to help the Rock Emperor. The school of Moism is here to help the Rock Emperor. The school of Taoism is here to help the Rock Emperor. The Phoenix clan is here to help the Rock Emperor. Uncle Xiaofu, we're here. Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, General, Ghost Child, Gu Xinyan, and the others had finally arrived after settling the matter of the Lin family village. The Beast Alliance is here to help the Rock Emperor. A young man with a head full of wild hair said. Beside him were Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger Du, Qi Yan, Jiaoli, Xiao Gu, Hu Pao, and the others. They originally had scruples about the relationship between the Beast Alliance and the human race, so they didn't plan to appear immediately. However, after arriving here, they realized that the situation was very different from what they had imagined. Thus, they changed their original intention and directly stood up to support Du Xiaofu. In the end, manly woman Ouyang Shuang also came. Even Zixien, Du Xiaowang, Qing Luan, and Xiaoqing, who hadn't been seen for a long time, also appeared. Watching all of this happen in a daze, the Yu clan's elder emperor's face turned pale, as if he had aged dozens of years in an instant. In his heart, the thought of the situation is hopeless naturally sprouted in his mind. Chapter 2502. All of these experts were above the Saint realm. Furthermore, the golden-winged Great Rock clan, the School of Agriculture, the School of Mo, the School of Inyang, and the Beast Alliance were all at the same level as the 7 great clans. However, the most terrifying ones were the people from the desolate country. The 18 heavenly guards, the desolate country's guardian sacred envoy, the heavenly beast hall's guardian sacred envoy, the Du family's people, and Du Xiaofu's several powerful demonic beast followers. All of these added up to more than 100 Saint Realm experts. It had to be said that this was too terrifying. So many experts, they're all the Rock Emperor's people. Ha ha, the human race is saved. The Yu family scoundrels will not be able to escape today. The Rock Emperor is mighty. The 7 great families and countless human clan experts whose cultivations had been sealed could not help but exclaim in excitement. Yu Duanqing's face was ashen. He had a clear understanding of the situation before him. His Yu family had relied on long-term planning and unexpected methods to control the 7 great clans. They had racked their brains to gain control of the divine temple. Now, if those people by Du Xiaofu's side attacked together, it would be enough to crush his Yu family 10 times over. Could it be that they were going to fail today? The Yu family's old emperor clenched his teeth, unwilling to give up. The Yu family's great plan of many years had been ruined by a little bastard like Du Xiaofu. Overflowing hatred instantly filled Yu Duanqing's mind and took over all of his rationality. 2 cold gazes at Du Xiaofu, carrying a terrifying blood-red color and endless murderous intent, condensed into 2 solid rays of light and shot out. However, Du Xiaofu did not care about this. He calmed his emotions and cupped his fists at the golden-winged Great Rock clan, the School of Inyang, the School of Agriculture, the School of Agriculture, the School of Agriculture, and the Phoenix clan. I'm indebted to all of you for your help today. I'll have to trouble all of you to let me know if you need me for anything. Rock Emperor, you're too kind. The other parties also returned the greeting, indicating that they would do their best. After that, Du Xiaofu didn't say anything else. His burning gaze swept over the Yu clan members. The situation was already completely under their control. No matter how the Yu family died, it was impossible for them to make any big waves. Old thing, what else does your Yu clan want to do? If I were you, I would just end my own life, so that you don't have to struggle in your death throes and I don't have to kill you myself. Du Xiaofu sneered as he looked at the Yu clan's old emperor, who was on the verge of going berserk. Little bastard, even if I die, I won't let you off easily. Yu Duanqing was enraged. The imperial palace's vast and mighty draconic qi was completely withdrawn back into his body. In the blink of an eye, the Yu clan old emperor's body seemed to grow larger and more muscular. His face was flushed red as if blood was about to drip out. Du Xiaofu focused his gaze. He could see that this was a sign that the old emperor of the Yu clan was recovering his qi and blood. This old thing was going to fight with his life on the line. Let me see how a scum of the human race like you can still struggle in your death throes. Du Xiaofu was naturally fearless. He stomped his right foot in the air, and a terrifying golden light rushed out from his body, drowning his figure. The radiance of the sun in the sky was covered by this light. As soon as this light appeared, the sacred hall began to rumble and fluctuate with a vast aura. The originally dark building was now filled with boundless light. An endless pressure spread between heaven and earth, making the sacred hall seem to come alive. All the creatures present were forced to retreat by this powerful pressure. Even a consummate sage realm expert like the Yu clan's old emperor was no exception. The human emperor's seal, it's the human emperor's seal. The human experts cried out. Some of the weaker ones prostrated themselves on the spot and worshipped. Du Xiaofu's figure was wrapped in golden light. The vast imperial palace's draconic qi pervaded the air. It was as if a deity was in the sky. The light was so dazzling that mortals couldn't look directly at it. A sonorous and powerful voice came out of his mouth, shaking the surroundings. The Yu clan has brought chaos to the human race, vainly attempting to steal the sacred hall, and blaspheming the pioneers of the human race. This is a grave crime that cannot be pardoned. Du Xiaofu's voice was loud and clear, reverberating in every corner of the world. Today, in the name of the human emperor, I bestow upon you the destruction of your entire clan. In the name of the human emperor, I bestow upon you the destruction of your entire clan. This vast voice carried the supreme majesty of the emperor. It shocked all the humans present, and their hearts were filled with reverence. People of the Sun clan greet the human emperor. People of the Feng clan greet the human emperor. People of the Jiang clan greet the human emperor. We greet the human emperor. After the experts of the 7 great clans knelt down one after another, all the humans who had been captured by the Yu clan willingly knelt on the ground and greeted the human emperor. In an instant, the uniform greeting shook the clouds, causing the sky to tremble. Those from the desolate country, the golden-winged great rocks, the Nong clan, and the Yinyang school all trembled violently. They were subdued by this vast aura, and were speechless for a long time. "Little bastard, hand over your life!" Yu Duanqing roared furiously, and his body shot toward Du Xiaofu like a bolt of lightning. He calmly struck out with his palm, without the slightest bit of qi leaking out. It was like a palm strike from a mortal. However, facing such a palm strike, Du Xiaofu did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. "People of the Yu clan, kill them all without mercy!" Du Xiaofu bellowed amidst the spreading golden light. At the same time, the human emperor's seal fluctuated with a vast aura. Golden dragons soared into the sky, twisting their huge dragon bodies like mountain ridges, rolling in the void. The vigorous golden dragons intertwined with each other, letting out waves of resounding dragon roars. Some dragon claws swept across the sky, some opened their huge mouths, and pressed toward the Yu clan's old emperor. Kill, on the other side of the crowd, Du Tingxian saw that Du Xiaofu had already started fighting, and shouted without hesitation. Then, he raised his long spear into the sky, and lightning rolled down from the sky, directly killing the Yu clan's experts. "How dare you go against my father, people of the Yu clan, you don't care about your lives!" Little Xingxing waved his fist, and the mark between his eyebrows shone with a demonic light. With one strike, he smashed a Yu clan expert, blowing him into a bloody mist. "How dare you steal my brother's human emperor's position? You must be tired of living." Du Xiaoyao's handsome face was full of gloominess, and he quickly joined the battle. 18 celestial guards, follow me and kill. Yi Piaoling's long hair fluttered in the air, and her murderous aura burst forth. The 18 figures moved at the same time, attacking the 8 Yu clan saints above the temple. Then, Jialo Batian, Old Lady Jialo Maluo, Jialo Juyu, Jialo Kaling, and the rest of the golden-winged rocks all moved. Old Monster Green Fox, Mo Tianxiao, Dugu Fenshin, Dongfang Qingmu, and the others were not willing to be left behind. "People of the school of Yinyang, follow me and kill. People of the school of Mo, follow me and kill. People of the school of agriculture, follow me and kill." Chapter 2503. More than 100 Sage Realm experts attacked at the same time, causing the square in front of the divine palace to boil. Terrifying talisman runes swept out, fluctuating with dazzling brilliance and colors. Divine artifacts shattered the void one by one, and endless killing intent spread through every inch of space. The many human experts whose cultivations had been sealed did not dare to stay and watch the battle. They all ran outside as if they were escaping, but they could not outrun the power of the battle between the Sage Realm experts. When Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaohu, Qi Yan, Hu Pao, and the others saw this, they made a move one after another, using gentle force to wrap these people up and send them to an extremely far place. Only then did they avoid being caught in the crossfire. The human race and the beast alliance had a grudge that had been accumulated for thousands of years, and they viewed each other as mortal enemies. However, because of Du Xiaofu, the young experts of the Beast Alliance could not watch these people die in the aftermath of the energy wave. Standing in the distance and watching the battle in the Divine Palace, the faces of all the humans twitched with excitement and shock. The Yu clan's actions had almost caused the entire human race to be annihilated. Many experts had died under the Yu clan's massacre. If not for Du Xiaofu's timely appearance, even the people of the 7 great clans would not have been able to escape with their lives. At this moment, they wished they could charge into the Yu clan's formation and kill the enemy with their swords, cutting off the malignant tumor of the human race. However, their divine watchtowers were sealed, so they could not enter the battlefield. Moreover, there was no need for them to do anything. Du Xiaofu's helpers were truly ferocious. Including the old emperor and the 8 experts, there were only about 10 people in the Yu clan who were above the Sage Realm. The rest were only in the Martial Domain Realm and the Martial Venerable Realm. On Du Xiaofu's side, more than 100 Sage Realm experts rushed forward and swept through with a crushing momentum, like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. The people of the Yu clan simply couldn't resist this kind of attack. Miserable shrieks rose and fell one after another. They couldn't even run for their lives. They could only stretch out their necks and wait to be killed. Everyone's hearts were filled with despair. Led by Yi Piaoling, the 18 guards of heavenly generals worked together. Wrapped in a biting cold murderous aura, they firmly restrained the 8 saints of the Yu family, preventing them from condensing their most powerful technique, the desolate blood trigram. Die, you little bastard! Above the sacred hall, the Yu clan old emperor angrily roared. A palm without any ripples of energy pierced through the layers of imperial palace draconic chi surrounding Du Xiaofu and arrived in front of him. This palm strike was plain and unadorned, as if it had been struck by a person without any cultivation. However, Du Xiaofu could sense that the Yu clan's old emperor's lifetime of cultivation was condensed within it, and it contained a terrifying destructive power. If he was hit by him, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Old thing, you've already said it many times, Du Xiaofu said, but he didn't have any intention of underestimating him. Profound qi poured out from the imperial palace in an instant and strengthened the mortal emperor's seal. The imperial palace draconic qi was like a rosy cloud, surging like a tide. Golden dragons shuttled back and forth in the wave. With a wave of Du Xiaofu's hand, the golden dragon appeared with a roar. A terrifying pressure crushed down like Mount Tai, pressing down on the head of the Yu clan's old emperor. Suppress! Du Xiaofu roared, and his palm fiercely slammed down. Vast energy flowed and poured out from the mortal emperor's seal, gradually condensing into a giant palm print that blotted out the sky and earth. It collided with the Yu clan old emperor's ordinary palm. Rumble! The world shook. The entire sacred hall shook violently, emitting a deafening sound. Terrifying energy swept through the sky and earth, and a black hole was blasted open in the void. An intense tearing force burst forth, as if it wanted to swallow everything. The broken talisman patterns were quickly swallowed. The Yu clan old emperor's body was slammed to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the redness on his face quickly faded. The moment the 2 palms came into contact, the energy that had returned to his body was fiercely attacked, and it instantly dissipated. Then, the energy that had been restrained was instantly released, and it could no longer be condensed. In this exchange, his body had suffered great injuries. How could this be? The the Yu clan old emperor clutched his chest and climbed up in a sorry state. He looked in disbelief at Du Xiaofu, who was still standing high in the sky and emitting a monstrous aura. His old face was filled with shock. He knew that the brat was very strong, but how could he be strong to this extent? Even the attack that he had condensed his entire life's cultivation couldn't stop him. "Old thief, you can go die now." As these words came out of his mouth, his body flew high into the sky, separating himself from the human emperor's seal. Du Xiaofu's purple robes fluttered in the air, and his thunder martial vein released a terrifying lightning glow. He shouted, "Human Emperor's seal, suppress!" As his shout fell, the human emperor's seal's golden light rushed into the sky, suppressing the radiance of the scorching sun in the sky. Its aura became even more intense. Seeing the human emperor's seal with an unparalleled aura pressing down, the Yu clan old emperor gnashed his teeth. He couldn't wait to eat Du Xiaofu alive to vent the hatred in his heart. Good, good, good. This old man will perish together with you, you little bastard. Yu Duanqing burst out the word good 3 times in a row, and then his old body flew up. While he was still in the air, his body expanded endlessly, quickly turning into a ball and rushing toward the human emperor's seal. "Xiaofu, be careful. That old thing is going to self-destruct." Seeing this, the sacred array child Zhen Qinchun immediately shouted, "Everyone, retreat quickly." There was no need for his reminder. The desolate country, the golden-winged great rocks, the Yinyang school, the Mo family, and the others had been paying attention to the battle between Du Xiaofu and the Yu clan old emperor. Seeing this scene, they immediately retreated, leaving the people of the Yu clan behind, and rushed into the distance. With the help of these people, countless human experts whose cultivation bases had been sealed had also gone to faraway places. One had to know that the Yu clan old emperor was a true saint perfection expert. If they were really swept by the power of his self-destruction, it was likely that no one present would be able to escape with their lives. Just as everyone was still retreating, they heard a boom from the direction of the sacred hall. Immediately after, it was as if the entire world had exploded, and circles of energy ripples rushed out in all directions. Within dozens of miles of the sacred hall, tens of thousands of mountains collapsed, and thousands of waves roared. Countless mountains turned into fine powder, and countless rivers evaporated in an instant. Although the people who were still in the air were very fast, they were still blown by the terrifying energy ripples. They were like a small boat in a storm, undulating and being wantonly ravaged. Those of the Yu clan who had not been killed were originally weaker in cultivation, and their speed of escape could not compare to the speed of the energy storm. The moment they were swept by it, their bodies seemed to be washed by terrifying lava. Their flesh and blood melted into skeletons in the blink of an eye, and the skeletons melted in the lava until not even a speck was left. The self-destruction of a saint perfection expert was incomparably terrifying. The tyrannical energy storm seemed to be able to destroy everything. It lasted for half an incense stick's worth of time before it slowly showed signs of dissipating. The desolate country, the golden-winged great rocks, the school of agriculture, the Mo family, the Phoenix clan, the young experts of the Beast Alliance, and countless people of the human clan finally dared to stop in the distance. Looking at all this in a daze, everyone was still in shock. Among them, some were even injured. "Father!" The little Qilin struggled to break free from Ouyang Shuang's embrace, spread its 4 hooves, and rushed back anxiously. "Little Qilin, be careful!" Ouyang Shuang called out softly and quickly followed. Until now, no one had seen Du Xiaofu come out. "My brother-in-law will be fine, right?" Qi Jiajun wiped the sweat on his forehead, and there was a trace of worry on his handsome face. "I'll go take a look." Qi Yixi's exquisite body spread out and flew in the direction of the sacred hall. Then, Sima Muhan, Dongli Qingqing, Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaojing, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaowang, and Du Xiaoba did not want to be left behind and rushed out one after another. Although they knew how powerful Du Xiaofu was, they still did not dare to let down their guard. "Don't worry, I'm fine." At this moment, a faint voice came from the destroyed storm. Then, the purple-robed young man pushed away the smoke and dust that filled the sky, revealing his figure. When the Yu family's old emperor self-destructed, a powerful force erupted from the human emperor's seal and wrapped him into the sacred hall. Only then was he able to withstand the terrifying energy storm. When everyone saw this, they heaved a sigh of relief in unison, and then they all put on smiles. "Father," Du Xiaolin cheered and threw himself into Du Xiaofu's arms. He rubbed his little head against Du Xiaofu's face intimately. Gently stroking the little Qilin with his palm, Du Xiaofu raised his smiling face and smiled at Ouyang Shuang. Then, he walked in the direction of everyone and asked, "Is everyone all right?" "We're all fine," Du Tingxian said with a smile. "Our human race's crisis has finally passed safely." In a strange space, a hale and hearty old man smiled slightly, and his eyes were as bright as the scorching sun. "This kid is really incredible. Ha!" The old man muttered to himself, and a vigorous golden dragon phantom lingered around him. At this moment, the space in front of the old man suddenly rippled like water ripples and spread out. Immediately after, an old woman stepped out of the void and stood in front of the old man. When the old man saw this, he was not surprised. He only said with a smile, "You're here." The old woman returned a smile and said, "Old man, do you want to see him too?" "Of course I want to see him. This kid is too extraordinary." The old man continued, "This scene was caused by the two of us, but the two of us hid when the trouble was at its fiercest. Now, with that kid's intervention, the matter has the best result, so naturally, we have to come out and clean up the mess." When the old woman heard this, she laughed and said, "After that kid finds out, I'm afraid he'll turn hostile on the spot." The old man snorted and said, "Tisk, we're all about to be buried in the ground. Why would we be afraid of a little calf like him?" The old woman shook her head and lamented, "If it weren't for that kid, the matter between the human race and the Beast Alliance wouldn't have been settled so easily." The old woman did not answer. She only stretched out her hand and gently tore open the void, and her figure entered. "In that case, let's go see him together. If you want to beat or scold me, do as you please." The Divine Palace. The aftermath of the Yu family's old emperor's self-destruction had completely dissipated, and the majestic Divine Palace building was still standing. As an item left behind by the human race's predecessors, it was not damaged by the violent energy impact and still fluctuated with an ancient and mysterious aura. However, the huge square in front of the Divine Palace had become full of potholes, as if a divine ox had plowed through it. It was completely unrecognizable. At this moment, everyone was gathered in front of the Divine Palace. The Ji family, Sun family, Jiang family, Feng family, Ren family, Yao family, Di family, Lu family, and other human experts were all kneeling on the ground, looking at Du Xiaofu with eyes full of reverence. A middle-aged man stood beside Du Xiaofu. All of the humans present knew this person. He was the previous human emperor, who had been sealed in the Divine Palace by the Yu family's old emperor. After the Yu family's old emperor died, Du Xiaofu naturally rescued him as well. The Rock Emperor has eradicated the scourge of the human race, and it's truly a blessing for the human race. The Ji family has offended many people in the past and blasphemed the human emperor's dignity. Today, we are willing to accept the Rock Emperor's punishment without any complaints. Ji family's old ancestor Ji Tsang said loudly and bowed deeply to Du Xiaofu. The Yao family blasphemed the human emperor's dignity and is willing to accept punishment. The Yao family's old ancestor also said. These two families had attacked Du Xiaobao and Du Xiaowang in the burial wasteland in an attempt to seize the phoenix true egg. At that time, Du Xiaofu had ordered them to leave, but the two families were tempted by the treasure and clashed with him. In the end, Du Du Xiaofu killed the Ji family's old ancestor Jizhen, intimidating everyone and finally stopped. But now, in the moment of crisis for the entire human race, Du Xiaofu stepped forward bravely and turned the tide, shattering the Yu family's many years of planning and saving all the sealed human experts. At the same time, he also saved the entire human race. His great achievements were enough to be recorded in the history of the human race, and his achievements would be remembered for eternity. To the Ji family, Yao family, and the others, this result meant that they acknowledged Du Xiaofu as the human emperor from the bottom of their hearts. Moreover, the human emperor's seal had long acknowledged him. I won't haggle over the past. Du Xiaofu smiled. Some things had to be done. No matter what the reason was, he would not abandon the human race. Moreover, Du Xiaofu knew that although the Ji family, Yao family, and many others had selfish motives, they were absolutely loyal to the human race. When the Yu family's old emperor forced them to surrender, none of them were pushovers. Even in the face of death, they did not say a single word. Du Xiaofu's gaze suddenly became distant, as if looking through the boundless void. He softly said, "The boundary outside the ancient, desolate, ominous grounds has disappeared. The human race and the Beast Alliance no longer have a barrier to protect themselves. From now on, this pure land will not be able to escape the blood and fire caused by the devil religion." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the people from the outside world looked at each other, their expressions unsightly. This was especially true for the school of agriculture, school of Moism, Confucianism, Taoism, Yin-Yang, school of martial arts, and those who had experienced the primordial war. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. They all knew that the great calamity of the world was about to rise, and no one could stay out of it. Chapter 2504. Hearing Du Xiaofu mention the devil religion, the humans in the ancient wilderness pricked up their ears and listened carefully. These people did not know much about the great tribulation of heaven and earth. However, not long ago, many of them had seen the 9 demon emperors of the devil religion in the burial wasteland and knew how terrifying they were. At the same time, they had heard a little about the demon god. Du Xiaofu retracted his gaze from afar and looked at the countless humans below. He was extremely fierce. The ancient emperor once placed the hope of the human race on me. I did not agree at that time because I still had my barren country and my family and friends to take care of. I could not stay here alone. However, now that the ancient emperor has fallen, the ancient wilderness wasteland has merged with the outside world, and the human emperor's seal has acknowledged me, then, the position of the human emperor is mine. As soon as he said that, the entire place fell silent. Du Xiaofu's eyes shone brightly. What he said next was powerful and domineering. The great tribulation of heaven and earth is coming. The devil religion is restless and the demon god may fully recover at any time. In the face of a great enemy, I do not have the mood to waste my time on meaningless battles. As for the position of the human emperor, if anyone has any objections, speak with your fists. All the experts in the ancient wilderness wasteland were stunned for a long time when they heard that. Then, they prostrated themselves on the ground. No one dared to look up at Du Xiaofu's cold eyes. Then, Feng Wanran of the Feng family shouted, "We will follow the human emperor and face the great tribulation together. Anyone who betrays the human race will be killed by the world. We will follow the human emperor and face the great tribulation with no disloyalty. We will follow the human emperor and face the great tribulation with no disloyalty." All the humans spoke in unison. Their loud voices shook the void and spread to the 9 heavens, echoing in every corner of the ancient wilderness wasteland. Even the Beast Alliance area hundreds of thousands of miles away could hear it clearly. Countless demonic beasts were shocked by the voice. Du Xiaofu silently closed his eyes as he listened to the sound that was like the explosion of a mountain. At that moment, he felt the boundless power of faith converging on him through the human emperor's seal. It actually allowed his cultivation to improve slightly. It should be known that his cultivation was already at the sage perfection realm. It would be extremely difficult for him to take another step forward. But now, the malignant tumor that was the Yu family had been removed, and the hearts of the entire human race were united. The vast power of will that had been gathered was unimaginably powerful. Du Xiaofu was confident that in a place like the Holy Temple, even if the 9 great demon emperors of the devil religion came together, he wouldn't be afraid to fight. This is a law imprint. Just as Du Xiaofu was carefully sensing the boundless power of faith, he suddenly felt a slight throbbing in his primordial spirit. When he traveled through time and witnessed the primordial war, countless mysterious scenes appeared in his mind along the river of time. They were profound and vast, encompassing everything in the universe, explaining the cycle of the heavens and the order of the laws. In the end, these scenes condensed into a complicated and mysterious law imprint, leaving an indelible mark in his primordial spirit. Du Xiaofu knew that this law imprint must have been made by the Du family's ancestor, who had the body of the heavenly Tao. However, his strength was far from the level of his ancestor. Therefore, he couldn't pry into such a deep level of the laws of heaven and earth. Ancestor, what exactly is the heavenly Tao? Du Xiaofu murmured, filled with countless doubts. When his ancestor suppressed the demon god, he once said, "I am the heavenly Tao, and I shall protect all living things." These words made Du Xiaofu's heart and soul excited even to this day. Could it be the legendary heavenly Tao is related to the power of will of all living things? Du Xiaofu guessed. He only knew that the heavenly Tao seemed to have given orders to the heavens, controlling all laws in the world and being the master of all living things. It was just that he was not sure how his ancestor did it in the primordial era. At this moment, the gathering of the power of will of the human race caused the law imprint in his primordial spirit to throb. Presumably, there was a definite connection between the two. After thinking for a long time, Du Xiaofu only felt that there were a lot of things to think about and had no idea where to start. He could only give up resentfully. Sighing deeply, he lamented in his heart, "All of this was limited by my insufficient cultivation." "Everyone, get up!" Du Xiaofu waved his hand. A golden light surged out, emitting a gentle force and lifting up the bodies of the elders of the 7 major families in the lead of the crowd. Many of them were elders, and some of them even had good relationships with him. If not necessary, Du Xiaofu would definitely not put on airs in front of these people. "Thank you, human emperor!" Patriarch Ji Tsang bowed and thanked with incomparable respect. The past grudges were originally his family's fault first. He was already greatly touched that Du Xiaofu did not show off his power and take revenge. Moreover, the Ji family was also considered a top family of the human race. How could they be disrespectful to the human emperor? Du Xiaofu retracted his aura and said to the leaders of the 7 major families with cupped fists, "Everyone is a senior, the cornerstone of the human race. In the future, I will have to rely on everyone. If human emperor has any orders, we will not refuse even if we have to die 10,000 times." Jade Drop City's city lord, Sun family's Sun Tian said in a deep voice. The rest also expressed their positions one after another. Du Xiaofu nodded and said solemnly, "The great calamity of heaven and earth is coming. Only when all living things unite as one can there be a glimmer of hope for survival. This process will definitely not be peaceful. It's very likely that I and all of you will die." His gaze was cold and solemn as he continued, "I will have to trouble everyone to deal with the remnants of the Yu family. At this time, the entire human race will not allow anyone to stab us in the back. We might even become the devil religion's lackeys." The leaders of the major families nodded heavily to express their understanding. The spatial barrier of the ancient, desolate, fearsome grounds had already disappeared. Instead of thinking of staying out of harm's way, they might as well gather all their strength and fight the devil religion to the end. Also, the human race and the beast alliance have been fighting for so many years. I hope that all grudges can be resolved and that we will not continue to exhaust each other. Du Xiaofu said as he looked deeply at Du Xiaoqing, little Tiger Du, and Du Xiaolin, who was sleeping soundly in Ouyang Shuang's arms. The beast alliances by Fang Divine Bird Clan and Dark Heavenly Tiger Clan were deeply related to him. The roaring Heavenly Lion and other beasts also respected little Qilin. And he was the human emperor of the human race. If the human race and the beast alliance continued to view each other as mortal enemies, it would be unacceptable to Du Xiaofu. When the patriarchs of the Ji family, Sun family, Jiang family, Feng family, Ren family, Yao family, and the First family heard this, they looked at each other for a long time. It was obvious that their hatred for the beast alliance could not be erased in a short period of time. It was an enmity that had been accumulated from generation to generation. It was a battle between different races and was not an ordinary conflict. Du Xiaofu understood this, but he would not allow this to continue. As for the Beast Alliance, I will talk to the alliance leader of the Beast Alliance, clan leader Huang of the Bai Fang Divine Bird Clan. Even if everyone has an obsession in their hearts, they should try to put it down slowly. After all, the demon god is the common enemy of all living beings in this world. Du Xiaofu's words made everyone fall into deep thought. The people from the Huang country, Mo family, Yinyang school, School of Farmer, Confucian, Taoist, and Phoenix clan all nodded their heads in agreement. No one understood the terror of the demon god better than them. The human experts also fell into deep thought as they carefully considered his word. Right at this moment, an aged female voice suddenly sounded from afar, and it carried a hint of a smile. Little guy, I agree to your suggestion on behalf of Huang and the entire Beast Alliance. Countless people turned their heads in shock and saw an old lady staggering across the void. Her body was trembling, but her speed was extremely fast. Immediately after the old lady appeared, another old man with a hunched back walked out from the spatial crack. These two old men both looked like they had one foot in the grave. However, they exuded an aura that made people tremble. Even the patriarchs of the 7 big families were wary of them. Sister! Seeing the old lady appear, Du Xiaoqing's elegant and beautiful face was first filled with disbelief and surprise, then it turned into joy. However, the tears on her face kept falling. Du Xiaoqing's beautiful figure swayed slightly and was already beside the old lady. Her jade-like hands were held tightly in the old lady's palms. Ancient Emperor! Looking at the stumbling old man, some of the utmost powerful beings of the human race were astonished. Du Xiaofu was no exception. In an instant, the dozens of young experts and countless humans in the Beast Alliance were in an uproar. That old lady is the ancient ancestor of the Bai Fang Divine Bird Clan? Ancient Emperor. That's the ancient emperor of the human race. Why is the ancient emperor here? Hasn't he already passed away? Moreover, I heard that the ancient ancestor of the Bai Fang Divine Bird Clan has also passed away. Isn't that so? It's because of their passing that the Beast Alliance and the human race successively fell into chaos. Then, why are they here at the same time now? Countless experts discussed fervently with the same confusion in their hearts. The Beast Alliance and the human race had always been at odds. The two ancient ancestors were like fire and water and had fought against each other for their entire lives. At this moment, why were they walking together and looking extremely harmonious? Du Xiaofu was also very confused by such doubts. Before he came to the human race, clan leader Xie Huang had told him that because Xiaoqing's sister had come to the human race's divine temple to fight with the ancient emperor after the human emperor competition, the two ancient ancestors who were nearing the end of their lifespans had finally exhausted their vitality and passed away one after another. It was also because of that the remote Sky Flame Phoenix, 8 Drought Demon Dragon, Gulan Sky Condor, and other clans of the Beast Alliance, as well as the human race's Yu family, dared to rebel and attempt to take over the Beast Alliance and the human race. However, at this moment, when the Beast Alliance and the human race were in chaos, these two people actually appeared here at the same time, alive and well as if nothing had happened. Although the two of them looked like they were on the verge of death, Du Xiaofu knew that they were extremely powerful and were the pillars of the Beast Alliance and the human race respectively. Otherwise, the remote Sky Flame Phoenix clan, Yu family, and other forces with ulterior motives would not have immediately exposed their long-planned ambitions and rebelled as soon as they passed away. Greetings, seniors. Du Xiaofu did not dare to be arrogant in front of these two people. He immediately flew forward and bowed respectfully. No matter how confused he was, this was not the time to think about it. Haha! Young man, you're not bad. The ancient emperor of the human race chuckled as he patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder with his old, bark-like palm. Xiaoqing's sister also narrowed her eyes and nodded slowly. Her eyes were filled with appreciation as she looked at Du Xiaofu. May I know if the two seniors... Du Xiaofu was about to say something, but he only managed to say half of it before he stuttered and couldn't continue. However, who were the ancient emperor of the human race and the ancient ancestor of the Baifeng clan? They were old fellows who had lived for countless years. How could they not understand what this young man meant? The two of them looked at each other and grinned at the same time. Du Xiaofu was dumbfounded when he saw this. Let me say it. The old lady from the Baifeng clan said with a smile, "The two of us are indeed at the end of our lifespan and do not have much time left. However, we both know that there are some unstable factors in our respective clans. These scheming people have been waiting for us to die for a long time." Du Xiaofu nodded to show that he understood. These two ancient ancestor figures were still extremely terrifying even though they were at the end of their lifespan. They played a role in stabilizing the human race and the Beast Alliance. As long as they were alive, they would be able to suppress those scheming people so that they would not dare to make a move. They could only continue to hide. However, it was also because of this that, after their deaths, the human race and the Beast Alliance broke out in turmoil almost simultaneously. Xiaoqing's sister continued with a stern expression on her old face. I have cultivated for countless years and have dedicated my life to the Beast Alliance. If I can't get rid of these scourges, how can I die in peace? As she said that, she looked at the ancient emperor of the human race and said, "Therefore, the two of us who have been fighting for our entire lives had the same tacit understanding. Before we die, we must get rid of the cancerous tumors in our clans." When he heard up to this point, Du Xiaofu finally understood, and he couldn't help but continue. So, the battle between the two of you during the competition for the mortal emperor was arranged, and it was done intentionally. The two seniors' deaths were also fake? The surrounding living beings were all stunned. Du Xiaofu's words were clear enough. It turned out that the two ancient ancestors were pretending to be dead and had arranged it. Their goal was to lure out the black sheep in their respective clans and make them jump up. Then, they would get rid of them once and for all to prevent future troubles. This was a process of scraping the bones and curing the poison. It would be very painful and might cause the Beast Alliance and the human race to suffer serious injuries. The final result was indeed so. However, for the future of the two clans, they had no choice but to do this. Only in this way would they be able to rest in peace after they truly died. However, there was an accident in the process. Because of Du Xiaofu's appearance, the Beast Alliance and the human race had jumped up and down. In the end, the two ancient ancestors did not even show their faces and the matter was resolved satisfactorily, not to mention making a move. At that thought, Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and said something that sounded suspiciously like a scolding. The older, the wiser. Chapter 2505. I'm talking to you. Upon hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the old lady and the emperor of the ancients pointed at each other at the same time and chuckled. Why do I feel like I've been used? Du Xiaofu rubbed his nose, rolled his eyes, and said in dissatisfaction. He felt like he had been tricked by these two old fellows and had been used as a knife. Little guy, I didn't ask you to do anything. You were the one who jumped out. Little Qing's sister said as she looked at Du Xiaofu. The Emperor of the Ancients didn't reply, but his smiling expression showed that he agreed with the old lady. Du Xiaofu was speechless for a moment. His face was as red as a pig's liver, and it was as ugly as it could get. The living beings around them were also speechless. Those two were patriarch-level figures, and they were acting shamelessly in front of so many people. This was unbelievable. Ha ha, this kid is unhappy. The Emperor of the Ancients laughed. Du Xiaofu patted his chest and said righteously, "Seniors, please speak with your conscience. I almost lost my fucking life, but you guys were hiding in the dark and enjoying the show." What he said was true. Back in the Beast Alliance, Du Xiaofu was facing the combined forces of Patriarch Feng San and Patriarch Cruel Zhan. After Patriarch Feng San seized the opportunity to tear Patriarch Cruel Zhan apart, his body was almost crushed by her powerful phoenix claws. If he hadn't comprehended vanity of heaven and earth, at the last moment, he might have really died. At the Divine Temple, if it weren't for the Huang Nation, the great golden-winged rocks, the Mo family, and many other powerful cultivators from the outside world, Du Xiaofu would have had to fight a fierce battle against the Yu family by himself. In the end, Du Xiaofu aside, the 7 big families and the others definitely wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. They wouldn't be as happy as they were now. Most importantly, during such a difficult process, the 2 ancestors actually didn't appear from the beginning to the end. Now that the storm had calmed down, the general situation had been set. The 2 of them ran out together and said, "We didn't ask you to help us, you jumped out on your own." This was the source of Du Xiaofu's anger. "All right, this is indeed my fault." The ancient emperor nodded and said, "Actually, we just want to see how far you can go." The old woman nodded, indicating that it was indeed so. They had high hopes for the young man in front of them. They hoped that he could reach a higher level. Moreover, this kid did not disappoint in the end. How could Du Xiaofu not know what the 2 old foxes were thinking, but he did not delve into it. With a straight face, he said seriously, "Seniors, you've watched the show. Since that's the case, give me some treasures as compensation. I don't need too many of them. 10,000 or 8,000 of each of them will be enough." This, the ancient ancestor of the Bai Fong clan, was speechless. His calm state of mind, which had been settled for countless years, was stirred up. He had the urge to beat someone up. This kid really dared to ask for 10,000 or 8,000 of each sacred weapon and sacred medicine. The ancient emperor of the human race could not help but blow his beard. The guilt that had just risen in his heart towards Du Xiaofu also disappeared in an instant. "I've already promised you. From today onwards, the grudges between the Beast Alliance and the human race will be written off. Isn't this compensation enough?" said the old woman. Du Xiaofu pondered for a moment and nodded. He did not really want any compensation. Perhaps the human race and the Beast Alliance really did have 10,000 or 8,000 sacred weapons and sacred medicine, but it was probably the deepest of their secret. However, this did not conform to his usual style of taking advantage of every opportunity. Du Xiaofu turned to look at the ancient emperor and asked, "What do you think about this, senior?" Since the ancient emperor was still alive, if the human race and the Beast Alliance wanted to reach a reconciliation, they had to accept his opinion. "Now you're the human emperor of the human race. Everything is up to you. I'm just an old man who's about to die, so I won't meddle in the affairs of you youngsters," the ancient emperor said with a leisurely gaze. "Then it's settled," Du Xiaofu said softly. He suddenly felt a wave of sadness in his heart. The ancient emperor of the human race and the ancient ancestor of the Bai Fong clan had lived for countless years. They had sacrificed everything for their respective clans. At this point, he was truly on the verge of dying. Before they really died, they had put in a lot of effort to get rid of a huge threat. Even if Du Xiaofu did not appear, everything would still be under their control. Their actions were truly touching. The suppression between heaven and earth has completely disappeared. The cultivation of all living beings has greatly improved. Seniors, don't you have any way to extend your lifespan? Du Xiaofu asked hopefully. The two of them had exceedingly high cultivation and had long reached the peak of this world. If they could live a little longer, it would be of great help to the devil religion that was about to trigger a calamity. Haha, now that our time is up and we only have a few days left, we can no longer help you. I'm afraid we can only rely on you kids in the future. The ancient ancestor of the Bai Fong clan said. The ancient emperor of the human race nodded in agreement and said, I've lived long enough. I'll pass away in a few days, but… The ancient emperor suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. The dragon aura of the imperial palace swirled around his body. Golden dragons soared into the sky and proudly raised their heads to show their unyielding spirit. At that moment, he seemed to have become countless years younger. His eyes were filled with the longing and yearning of a youngster. He said leisurely, Before I pass away, I still want to take a look. The ancient emperor's aged gaze seemed to have pierced through the endless space and went to an unknown place. You're about to die, yet you still want to go and take a look. When the ancient ancestor of the Bai Fong clan saw this, he was stunned for a moment before he laughed and scolded him. Then, his heartstrings were touched and he could not help but become fascinated. He said, If that's the case, I also want to take a look. Countless people were at a loss when they looked at the two of them. In particular, the living beings in the ancient wilderness fearsome grounds did not understand what they were talking about. However, Du Xiaofu's heart trembled violently. He knew that there were countless worlds outside of this world. The demon god, the master of the 3,000 great worlds, the dragon god, and the others all came from other worlds. Because of the primordial war, the suppression between heaven and earth had completely disappeared. This meant that the gate of the world could be opened again. As long as one's cultivation was strong enough, one could travel between worlds. The ancient emperor of the human race and the ancient ancestor of the Bai Fong clan wanted to travel between worlds before they died. Chapter 2506. Du Xiaofu was silent for a long time. Once the two of them left, it was very likely that they would never see each other again. It seems like the two of you have made up your minds. I will not keep you. However, when do you plan to leave? Du Xiaofu asked. The matter between the human race and the Beast Alliance has been settled. The grudge between the two sides has been resolved because of you. I have nothing to worry about. The Emperor of the Ancients said, Since that's the case, let's go now. The old lady nodded in agreement. She took Du Xiaoqing's hand, her eyes filled with reluctance. Turning around, the old lady said to Du Xiaofu, I'll leave Xiaoqing in your care. I'm afraid the Bai Fong tribe and the Beast Alliance will have to trouble you in the future. Don't worry, senior. As long as I can do it, I won't hesitate, Du Xiaofu said in a low voice. Let's go, let's go. You're already so old. Why are you still dawdling? The Emperor of the Ancients scolded jokingly. He took one last look at the majestic sacred palace. His wrinkled face flashed with a strong sense of parting. That was the place he had dedicated his entire life to. Slowly retracting his gaze, the Emperor of the Ancients' eyes emitted a dazzling radiance. His hunched body slowly straightened. At that moment, his body, which was already on the verge of death, became incomparably tall and sturdy. It was as if he could hold up the sky. A vast aura erupted from his body. Rays of light shot out, making him as dazzling as the sun. It was as if a deity had descended to the world. He placed one hand behind his back and pointed his other hand at the sky. Softly, he uttered a word. However, it was like a thunderclap that exploded suddenly. Open! Boom! High in the sky, an invisible force exploded, destroying everything. The loud explosion caused the entire world to tremble. The blue sky was falling, the thick earth was shaking, and the rivers and rivers were standing up. Wherever the emperor of the ancients pointed, a terrifying crack appeared in the void. It was like the giant mouth of a demon god or a door to a dark abyss. It loomed over the heads of countless living beings, sending chills down their spines. Within it, the energy of yin and yang poured out. The power of gods and demons was vast and mighty. Endless lightning surged and roared, as if the end of the world was coming. Waves of strange auras surged out from the spatial rifts in the sky. Such an aura was completely different from that of this world. To all the living beings present, it was an unprecedented feeling. "Kid, I'll leave the human race to you," the ancient emperor warned Du Xiaofu one last time. Then, he waved his sleeves and took a step forward. In a flash, his figure disappeared from the spot and entered the crack in the void. Looking at this scene, the patriarchs of the 7 great clans were all in high spirits. At the same time, tears streamed down their old faces. It was as if they had returned to countless years ago. As young prodigies, they had witnessed the endless glory of the human emperor, who led the entire human race to glory. The ancient ancestor of the Bai Fong clan patted Du Xiaoqing's head. Then, without any reluctance, he staggered forward and shouted, "Let's go!" His old figure flew high into the sky and entered the spatial crack with the ancient emperor of the human race. "Farewell, ancient emperor!" All the humans knelt down and shouted in unison. "Farewell, patriarch!" The dozen or so young powerhouses of the Beast Alliance also sent the old lady off. At this moment, almost everyone understood that they were about to leave. And once they left, they might not see each other again. Du Xiaofu stared at the sky. Vaguely, he heard a mocking voice from the rolling thunder. "The two of us have been fighting for our entire lives. Who would have thought that when we were about to die, not only would we be able to put on a show so tacitly, but we would also be able to travel together. How wonderful is life! Ha 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 ha!" That voice was accompanied by carefree and heroic laughter. Then, it gradually faded away until it completely dispersed. Countless people knelt on the ground and watched as the huge spatial crack slowly closed. The yin and yang energies flowed and intertwined. Gradually they were annihilated. The lightning also dissipated. In the end, heaven and earth were cleared, revealing the pure blue sky. It was crystal clear and lovely. Everything returned to normal. However, the 2 trembling figures were nowhere to be seen. Many powerhouses of the human race were extremely disappointed. Du Xiaoqing's beautiful cheeks were also streaked with tears. "Xiaoqing, don't be sad. The 2 seniors have gone to the outside world. Perhaps they can obtain an opportunity that has never been seen in this world and extend their lifespans. If that's the case, there will be a day when we can see them again," Du Xiaofu said with a smile as he wiped away the tears on Du Xiaoqing's face. Half of that sentence was to comfort her, and the other half was to express hope and anticipation. One had to know that the Great Thousand World was vast and boundless, and it contained too many mysteries. For example, in the world that he was in, even people like the Master of 3,000 Cosmos and the Dragon God would be suppressed and unable to use their full cultivation. Perhaps the ancient emperor and Xiaoqing could really obtain a way to extend their lifespans when they went to the other worlds. Even though this hope was extremely slim. Even so, Du Xiaofu was still willing to keep a little hope in his heart. "Xiaofu, it's time for the journey to the ancient wilderness ominous grounds to end," Du Tingxian said as he walked to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu nodded and said leisurely, "Everyone, return to the desolate country first. I still have some things to do." He looked at the huge sage palace. There were things left behind by the ancestors of the human race. He still wanted to go in and comprehend them. "Oh right," Du Xiaofu suddenly slapped his forehead and cursed himself for being so foolish. With a wave of his hand, the ancient wilderness space opened up, and a tall young man in a cloud robe walked out. "Third uncle, third brother. After the young man appeared, he greeted Du Tingxian, Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaojing, and the others. He was Du Yunlong, whom Du Xiaofu had rescued from the Gulan Heavenly Condor clan. At that time, Du Xiaofu had used the soul-searching skill to find out about the turmoil in the Beast Alliance. He had rushed over in a hurry. Since his second brother was in a strange state, he could only keep him in the ancient wilderness space to deal with him later. After that, the human race met with Yu family's rebellion, and Du Xiaofu anxiously ran to the sacred hall. After a while, she had forgotten about her second brother. Only now did she remember him. Second brother. Du Xiaofu scratched the back of his head and smiled apologetically. At the same time, he noticed the huge changes in his second brother's body and could not help but be shocked. He's at the peak of the initial stage of the Sage Realm. He'll be in the middle stage of the Sage Realm if he takes another step forward. Du Yunlong's body was filled with an extremely terrifying aura. He stood there as if he was a towering mountain. It was an incomparably heavy aura. It was like a heavy weapon that carried an unparalleled majesty. Even if a storm hit him, he would not move. At a glance, it made people feel as if they were looking up at a tall mountain. Du Xiaofu could see that his second brother had completely merged with the Holy Bell of Desolation. His own cultivation base had also increased tremendously. Such a change naturally could not be hidden from Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, and the others. While the people of the desolate country were surprised, they were also very happy. Du Yunlong's strength had increased greatly. It was a good thing for the entire desolate country. As for the School of Agriculture, the School of Mo, the Confucian School, and the Phoenix Tribe, they looked at each other speechlessly. Looking at the people around Du Xiaofu, their hearts were filled with endless emotions. Du Xiaofu, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Ouyang Shuang, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoyao, Little Tiger, Du Xiaoqing, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, and Du Xiaowang. The 18 heavenly guards, the desolate country's guardian saint, the heavenly beast hall's guardian saint, and the golden-winged rock tribe. There was also Zhen Qingchun, Dai Xingyu, Lei Tianhuang, Lei Yang, Di Lang, Zhong Yuan, and so on. Not to mention, he also had Dongli Qingqing, Qi Yeshi, Zi Xian, Yi Zijin, Su Muxin, Sima Muhan, and other close female friends gathered around him. They played the role of threading the needle for the friendship between the desolate country and the other forces. Once upon a time, the desolate country's forces had developed to such an extent that they had completely left the top forces, which had been passed down for countless years, far behind. That young man in a purple robe had indeed created a great undertaking that left people flabbergasted. We are all so old. The School of Agriculture's elder D. Pai let out a long sigh, filled with endless emotions. If this continues, we old fellows will be easily surpassed by the young people. The Phoenix Tribe's Saint Feng Chi's gaze was unhurried as he said with longing, "If we can survive after the great calamity, I also want to go outside. Perhaps in the outside world, they could pry into an even more profound realm. There will be a chance," Du Xiaofu said. No matter how terrifying the demon god was, he, Du Xiaofu, could not be defeated. This was because behind him were many loved ones, countless citizens of the desolate country, all of the human race here, and countless friends. All of this required him to protect with his life. Grand Shaman, the matter here has been settled. We will return first. Meng Qianhe of the Confucian School stepped forward and bowed to Du Xiaofu. Subsequently, the School of Agriculture, the School of Moism, the School of Yinyang, the School of Taoism, the School of Fangji, the Phoenix Tribe, and the golden-winged Great Peng Tribe also stepped forward one after another to bid farewell to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu did not dare to be arrogant and hurriedly returned the greetings one by one. "Everyone, please go ahead. I will definitely pay you a visit to thank you for your help this time." When everyone saw this, they did not say anything else and took to the air one after another. The trip to the ancient, desolate, ominous grounds had benefited all sides greatly. It could be said that they had reaped a bountiful harvest. In particular, the removal of the suppression between heaven and earth had allowed many of the younger generation to grow rapidly, and many of them had broken through to the saint realm. Let's go as well. Du Tingxian, Du Shaojing, Zhen Qinchun, and the rest of the desolate country also left. At Du Xiaofu's behest, Lei Tianwang also went with them. Lei Yong, Pai Yuan, and the others stayed behind. After sending away the Ji clan, Sun clan, Jiang clan, Lu clan, and countless other humans, Du Xiaofu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Senior, I would like to enter the sage hall to meditate. Du Xiaofu cupped his fists and said to the previous human emperor. Chapter 2507. Now that you're the human emperor, you can naturally enter the divine palace at any time to comprehend what our ancestors left behind. The previous human emperor smiled. Although he looked like a middle-aged man, he should be addressed as the old emperor now. Du Xiaofu nodded and prepared to go to the divine palace. At this moment, he was halfway there when he paused in midair. He turned his head and looked at a certain spot in the sky, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. If you've seen enough, come out. Although I'm very handsome, there's no need to peek at me all the time, right? Du Xiaofu asked frivolously. The old emperor standing beside him was stunned. He looked at the young man in front of him suspiciously, not knowing why he suddenly said such a thing. But then, a seductive female voice sounded in their ears. Yes, I just can't get enough of you. As the voice fell, a woman with a voluptuous figure walked out of the void. The woman wore a tight red robe with slits on both sides that extended all the way to her thighs. As she walked, her waist swayed, and a snowy figure appeared behind her. It was hard to look away. This seductive woman was Hun Ji, whom Du Xiaofu met in the burial ground and went to the tomb of heavenly Tao with him. Why are you here? Du Xiaofu quickly looked away and asked. It had been several months since they last met. He didn't expect Hun Ji to appear in the divine palace at this time. Hun Ji's red lips curled up as she walked to Du Xiaofu's side and smiled seductively. I heard that you've caused a huge ruckus in the Beast Alliance, and then came here aggressively to stir up a storm. I want to see the new human emperor's peerless glory. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu understood. Hun Ji had probably arrived a long time ago. She wouldn't be later than his alcoholic father and the others. However, she had been hiding in the dark, quietly watching without making a move. What do you plan to do next? Du Xiaofu asked. The soul concubine was formed from the remnant souls of countless ancient experts. She had gained sentience and had always stayed in the heaven burial deathland. Now that the suppression of heaven and earth had disappeared, she naturally wouldn't continue to stay there. When she heard Du Xiaofu's question, Hun Ji stood on her tiptoes and put her face next to his ear. Her red lips parted slightly, and her voice was soft and sweet. Her breath smelled like orchids. I only know you. Of course I'll follow you in the future. In front of him, a pair of plump jade-like breasts were on the verge of popping out, directly sticking to Du Xiaofu's face. A delicate fragrance drilled into his lungs, refreshing his mind. Du Xiaofu hurriedly jumped away in embarrassment, but he could not help but sniffle, showing that he was savoring the aftertaste. This action caused the soul concubine to giggle. Her two white balls rippled and trembled as if they were trying to break free from their shackles and jump out. Du Xiaofu had a guilty conscience. He glanced at the old human sovereign, who was standing on the other side, and felt embarrassed. Cough cough. Well, you guys talk first. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. The old human sovereign coughed dryly and turned around in embarrassment. Then, he did not dare to stay for a moment and quickly fled. Don't make fun of me. Tell me your real thoughts. Du Xiaofu spread out his hands and said to the soul concubine. No matter what, he and she could be considered as acquaintances. Moreover, she had helped him before. Naturally, Du Xiaofu also had a little bit of concern in his heart. Why, you don't want to take me in? The soul concubine giggled and once again pounced on Du Xiaofu. Her proud breasts kept rubbing against his arm, which was incomparably seductive. You are such a great beauty, and a beauty with extraordinary strength. Although the world is big, where can you not go? Why do you need me to take you in? Du Xiaofu laughed and touched his nose. He did not dare to provoke the woman in front of him. One had to know that she was a monster who had lived for God knows how many years. She had long become a spirit. Moreover, if that tomboy Ouyang Shuang found out, she would definitely break his legs. The soul concubine curled her lips and stopped teasing him. She only said indifferently, "I'm not joking. You have really made me look at you in a new light, so I've decided to follow you from now on." Really? Then it's a deal. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and hurriedly said. His eyes were fixed on the soul concubine, as if he was afraid that she would go back on her word. He knew that the strength of the woman in front of him was probably not inferior to the Yu family's old emperor. If she could walk together with the desolate country, it would be a great help in the war against the devil religion in the future. This kind of result was indeed something that one could not wish for. It's a deal, the soul concubine said with a charming smile, her beautiful eyes flashing with an inexplicable brilliance. Although she had not interacted much with this kid, the few times they had interacted made the soul concubine feel that this kid was really extraordinary. At the same time, she was even more certain that when they had first met and joined forces to deal with Guing, they had definitely been tricked by this kid. All right then, I want to enter the divine temple to meditate. Why don't you go to the desolate country first? Du Xiaofu said. No need, I'll wait for you outside. The soul concubine stroked her hair and said. Du Xiaofu nodded. Since she was willing to wait, then he would let her have her way. Without hesitation, Du Xiaofu turned around and faced the divine temple building that towered into the clouds. Let's enter the divine temple. Looking at the incomparably majestic building, Du Xiaofu suddenly shouted in a deep voice that shook the 9 heavens. The human emperor's seal rushed out from his body, and the imperial palace's dragon aura swept out. Numerous illusory golden dragons traversed the void and roared at the sky. Rumble, the huge divine temple trembled and let out a deafening rumble as light shot into the sky. Following that, the magnificent divine temple building slowly dimmed. It was simple and unadorned, like a huge stone tablet that stood quietly for a long time. On the stone tablet, numerous figures appeared, exuding a strong and vast aura. These figures were the human emperors who had left their names in the divine temple since ancient times. At the top, there were 2 figures standing side by side. They were the human race's sage and Du Xiaofu. Perhaps it was because the Yu family's old emperor had tried to forcibly refine the divine temple, but the aura of these illusory figures was much weaker now. Du Xiaofu strode forward, and in a flash, he went to the divine temple's huge door. He reached out and pressed his hand on the door, and a cold touch came from his palm. Golden light burst out from his hand and surged toward the divine temple's huge door. With Du Xiaofu's strength, the door was slowly pushed open. What entered his eyes was darkness, and he could not see any details. There was only an aura of vicissitudes that had settled down for countless years. Tap, 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 Du Xiaofu walked into the divine temple, and his footsteps echoed in the dark and quiet building, producing clear and crisp sounds. Behind him, the divine temple's door closed on its own, causing Du Xiaofu to instantly fall into complete darkness. Chapter 2508. In the darkness, with Du Xiaofu's current cultivation, he couldn't see anything clearly, which made him feel a little surprised. Du Xiaofu released the power of his primordial spirit. A huge shadow of a red-bone horse monkey was above his head, fluctuating with a terrifying aura. The peak of the 5 Fingers Mountain appeared, and golden light shot out in all directions. Boom! After the power of his primordial spirit was released, the golden light was like a raging fire. The air here was ignited in an instant, and the surging flames made Du Xiaofu feel as if he was in a sea of fire. The golden flames burned fiercely, causing the space to collapse and incinerate everything. At the same time, it also burned the true face of this space. Du Xiaofu focused his gaze and saw a huge stone wall standing in front of him. As for himself, he was at the foot of the stone wall and looked incomparably small. Gently exhaling, Du Xiaofu slowly withdrew the power of his primordial spirit back into his body. The stone wall in front of him was still in front of him, but it did not return to darkness. On the stone wall, there were mottled carvings, crisscrossing and flowing with the traces of time. However, these carvings exuded an extraordinary aura. It was majestic and made one feel awe-inspiring just by looking at it. Du Xiaofu retreated, wanting to see the full picture of the stone wall. However, the stone wall was too big. No matter how far he retreated, he could not see it in its entirety. That is, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. Standing in the distance, he realized that the seemingly irregular carvings formed a picture of a human. They were majestic and extraordinary, making people revere them. These are the ancestors of the human race who left their names in the temple. Du Xiaofu realized that the human-shaped pictures and the phantoms imprinted on the temple were the same in terms of aura and momentum. Therefore, he concluded that this must be the result of the ancestors leaving their names in the temple. In order to verify this idea, Du Xiaofu raised his eyes and looked at the top of the stone wall. If he guessed correctly, there should be the imprint of the human clan's sage and himself. However, the result disappointed him slightly. He didn't see the two figures he expected to see in the area his gaze swept over. However, this did not bother Du Xiaofu too much. Indeed, I should take a good look at what the ancestors of the human race left behind. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself with a deep gaze. Since ancient times, the human race had produced many human emperors, but there were very few who could leave their names in the divine temple. From this, one could see how extraordinary they were. Since he was already here, how could he not properly comprehend it? Without any hesitation, Du Xiaofu sat down on the ground with his legs crossed. He slightly closed his eyes and released the red horse monkey's primordial spirit towards those human ancestor patterns. At the instant he came into contact with the stone wall, Du Xiaofu's origin spirit was drawn by a strange force with a whoosh, directly entering a mysterious state. At this moment, the stone wall began to emit light, indicating how extraordinary it was. Those human-shaped patterns fluctuated with a strong divine charm, as if they were about to come to life. It was also at this moment that a middle-aged man with a dignified face walked out of the void and arrived beside Du Xiaofu. This middle-aged man was the previous human emperor of the human race. He actually entered a state of comprehension so quickly, this kid, looking at the changes on the stone wall and then looking at the motionless Du Xiaofu, the old human emperor could not help but be dumbfounded. This stone wall was hidden in the space of the divine temple and was also something left behind by the human clan's sage. Through the continuous efforts of generations of outstanding emperors, they left behind an indelible imprint on it as the inheritance for the human race to reproduce and prosper. Countless humans entered the divine temple to cultivate and comprehend. Once they could comprehend what the ancient ancestors left behind, even if it was only bits and pieces, it could allow them to advance triumphantly in their future cultivation path and become a top powerhouse of the human race. However, it wasn't easy to gain anything from this place. Without sufficient comprehension ability and talent, even if one sat for a lifetime, they would only end up with nothing. As expected of someone who left his name in the divine temple and could stand shoulder to shoulder with the sage, he is indeed extraordinary. After recovering from his shock, the old human emperor could only sigh. When he first came here, it took him a whole month to figure out a clue. He resonated with one of the patterns of the human clan's ancestors and finally obtained a part of the inheritance. One had to know that he was the previous human emperor. Although his talent and comprehension ability could not compare to the ancestor who left his name in the divine temple, to be able to obtain the recognition of the human emperor's seal and eventually obtain the position of the human emperor, his strength was evident. It was just that Du Xiaofu's current performance was simply too inconceivable. Standing by the side, the old human emperor did not disturb him and only waited quietly. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was in an indescribably mysterious state. The moment his primordial spirit touched the stone wall, there was a mysterious force that entered his mind and merged with his mind. After carefully sensing it, he realized that this mysterious force was the lifetime comprehension of a human clan's ancestor. Vast amounts of information constantly impacted Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit and left a mark in his mind. As expected of the human clan's pioneer, these comprehensions are really from a high vantage point. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself, comparing the comprehension left by the human clan's ancestor with his own cultivation method. He benefited a lot. As his comprehension continued to be thorough, the light on the engraved pattern became brighter and brighter. In the end, it was extremely dazzling. A tyrannical pressure was emitted, and the momentum was so strong that even the old human emperor, who was standing beside Du Xiaofu, could not help but take a step back. You comprehended it so quickly? This scene caused the old human emperor to be stunned once again. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. With Du Xiaofu's current strength and cultivation, there was not much difference between him and the human clan's ancestor. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for him to fully comprehend it. Next, Du Xiaofu did not linger. The power of his primordial spirit moved decisively and surged toward the next engraved pattern. On the stone wall, another pattern gradually lit up, and the light shone in all directions, dazzling everyone's eyes. Soon, the light of the pattern reached its peak and released a vast aura again. As the inheritance was comprehended, Du Xiaofu also realized that not all the comprehensions left by the seniors were useful to him. It seems that I have to speed up and only choose those that are useful to me to verify with what I have learned. Du Xiaofu secretly decided. As he thought about it, the power of his primordial spirit did not stop and continued to comprehend. Then, one engraved pattern after another was lit up. In the end, the entire stone wall flickered like a lantern. This, for a moment, the old human emperor was speechless. Chapter 2509. In ancient times, there had been many geniuses among the human race who looked down on the world. But even the experts who were able to leave their names in the divine temple could not be like Du Xiaofu, comprehending the insights of the ancestors one by one. Even those outstanding emperors who left their names in the divine temple could not do that. Most importantly, the speed of his comprehension was so fast that it was terrifying. It was no wonder. If he was not so extraordinary, how could the ancient ancestor of the Baifeng clan and the ancient emperor of the human race see him in a different light and favor him so much? Could this kid really reach the same height as the ancient sage? The old emperor could not help but mumble to himself. After a series of changes in the ancient desolate fearsome grounds, the old emperor had learned many secrets and had a certain understanding of the outside world. The great calamity of heaven and earth was coming. In such an era, there would definitely be an extraordinary person who could compete with the demon god. Only this new emperor, who was on par with the ancient sage when he left his name in the divine temple, had the hope of leading the people to fight against the devil religion. Regardless of the final result, whether or not this kid could pacify this world and turn the tide, what was certain was that he would be able to rise against the trend and stand at the top of this world. He might even grow to become the most powerful person in the world and catch up to the miracle created by the ancient sage of the human race. The old emperor was looking forward to it. Rumble. Just as he was thinking, there was a new change on the stone wall in front of him. An earth-shattering roar sounded, and the huge stone wall began to tremble. At this time, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes and looked over. The marks of the ancestors of the human race that were outlined by the carvings burst out a bright light at the same time, causing Du Xiaofu to feel a stinging pain in his eyes. This light carried with it an incomparably high temperature, as if it was going to melt the space around it. Even with Du Xiaofu's cultivation, in this kind of scorching heat, he couldn't help but sweat profusely from his forehead and trickle down his cheeks. The old emperor, who was standing at the side, was the same. Divinity show. Is this the legendary divinity show? Is the ancient sage about to show himself? Such a scene made the old emperor's expression change drastically, revealing a look of horror. Then, it turned into endless excitement, and his tone became messy. May I ask, Senior, what is the divinity show? Du Xiaofu, who was under the strong light, narrowed his eyes and asked the old emperor. At this time, the old emperor's divinity show, he did not care about his question. Du Xiaofu stared at him for a long while. Du Xiaofu, was divinity show on the divinity show. Along, the light was divinity light on. There was no pattern to this kind of surging, but after a long time, it could be seen that the light was like ink on a painting that could self-assemble, gradually condensing into two figures that were as tall as mountains. Behind them, the light on the stone wall gradually faded away. The two figures seemed to have been painted on the wall. Their appearances and postures were clearly displayed in front of the two of them. They were exceptionally lifelike. The figure on the left had an extremely dignified expression. His body was emitting a terrifying aura, as if he was a high and mighty deity, as high as the heavens, looking down on all living things in the world. Waves of terrifying pressure spread out, causing the void to twist and tremble. The person on the right was dressed in a purple robe, and his body rippled with a purple-gold light. It was Du Xiaofu's image. Looking at the figure on the left, the old man emperor's eyes flashed with deep reverence. He immediately bowed to the ground without saying a word. Greetings, sage ancestor. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's heart was in turmoil. His emotions were surging, and he found it difficult to restrain himself. He stared at the figure on the left side of the stone wall in front of him. His eyes stared blankly as if he had lost his mind. He knew that this was the divinity manifestation that the old sovereign had mentioned. In other words, it was the manifestation of a sage. However, what made him unable to calm down was the appearance of the human race's sage. That face had been deeply imprinted in the depths of his mind, and it was impossible for him to forget it forever. This was because the human race's sage ancestor was the ancestor of his Du family. Before his death, he had been the heavenly Tao of this world. His heart pounded violently against Du Xiaofu's chest, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. His knees involuntarily fell to the ground, tears streaming down his face. This descendant of the Du family greets the forefather. In the tomb of heaven and earth, Du Xiaofu had returned to the upper reaches of the river of time and seen the true face of his ancestor. He'd thought that he'd never have the chance to see the forefather's peerless glory again. Who would have thought that he'd be able to see the forefather's sage ancestor again in the sacred temple of the human race? Du Xiaofu couldn't help but be thrilled. Although Du Xiaofu had witnessed the forefather sage's extraordinariness when he'd left his name in the sacred temple, he hadn't realized it because the figure and face were so blurry. It was hard to imagine that the forefather sage ancestor wasn't only the forefather sage of this world, but also the forefather sage of the human race. The old emperor and Du Xiaofu didn't rise for a long, long time. One bowed, the other knelt. However, the old emperor slowly recovered from his agitation and straightened his back, casting his gaze toward the forefather sage's figure. Then, as if he'd thought of something, he jerked his head and stared incredulously at the kneeling Du Xiaofu. What did you just say? The forefather of the Du family? The old emperor looked at Du Xiaofu, then at the forefather sage. His gaze darted back and forth between the two, uncertainty written all over his face. When he heard the old emperor's question, Du Xiaofu suppressed his emotions and slowly rose to his feet. Without looking at the old emperor, he nodded affirmatively. Looking at the forefather sage's towering figure, he said, I was fortunate enough to witness the forefather sage's peerless heroism in a special space-time. I can't be wrong. However, I didn't know that the forefather sage ancestor was also the forefather sage of the human race. The old emperor was speechless. He couldn't imagine that Du Xiaofu was the descendant of the forefather sage of the human race. This was actually true. However, this fact just so happened to explain a lot of things. No wonder the people of the Du family were so ferocious. Based on what he'd seen, all of them were the top powerhouses in this world. In addition, when Du Xiaofu left his name in the sacred temple, he'd reached an unprecedented height. The mark he'd left on the sacred temple could stand shoulder to shoulder with the forefather sage of the human race. Also, this kid had easily been recognized by the human emperor's seal and refined it, becoming the only person in the history of the human race to refine the human emperor's seal. Perhaps, only those who had the same blood as the previous sage could do such a thing. At this time, the old emperor finally believed what Du Xiaofu had said. Chapter 25:11. Senior, do you know what the Heavenly Saint Realm is? Du Xiaofu suddenly asked the old man emperor. As everyone knew, in this world, the highest realm a living being could reach was the Heavenly Saint Realm. The Heavenly Saint Realm was divided into early, middle, late, complete, and the final Heavenly Saint Realm. According to Du Xiaofu's speculation, perhaps the Heavenly Saint Realm was to comprehend the rules and order of heaven and earth, and achieve a breakthrough from there. At that time, it would be a whole new world of cultivation. After the primordial war, the living beings in the outside world were greatly suppressed. Even breaking through to the Heavenly Saint Realm had become impossible, let alone the final Heavenly Saint Realm. Relatively speaking, it was different in the ancient wilderness fearsome lands. Although there were certain restrictions here, there were still countless living beings who had stepped into the Heavenly Saint Realm. Perhaps the old man emperor had some understanding of the ultimate realm of the Heavenly Saint Realm. Heavenly Saint Realm? However, when he heard Du Xiaofu's question, the old man emperor was stunned. He then shook his head and said emotionally, that realm only exists in the legends passed down from the primordial age. For countless years, no one in the ancient wilderness fearsome lands could reach it. Perhaps, only people like the human race's ancestors could touch it. Du Xiaofu nodded. He was not disappointed because he did not get an answer. Right now, the suppression of this world had just been removed. Currently, no one had reached the Heavenly Saint Realm. At least until now, Du Xiaofu had not had the chance to see a powerhouse of this realm. However, he did not know if the dragons, the phoenixes, the golden-winged rocks, and other great clans that had existed since the primordial age would have hidden some old monsters of the Heavenly Saint Realm as the deepest foundation of their clans. However, even if there were, no matter how they hid it, such existences were definitely rare and could be counted with one's fingers. Just as he was about to ask the old emperor for some advice, he glanced around and saw Hun Ji striding towards him from afar. She was striding towards him with her long, snow-white legs. Du Xiaofu smiled. This woman of extraordinary origins was really waiting outside the temple. It seemed that she really did intend to travel with him. Soul Concubine's body was fiery, and her waist twisted like a snake. Her legs intertwined as she walked, bringing with them a boundlessly enchanting scenery that flickered in and out of existence. What followed was a languid and seductive voice. What you want to know, I do know some of it from my memory fragments. You know? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and said, Oh. Soul concubines were formed from the remnant souls of countless ancient powerhouses. It was normal for them to retain some memories. Although Du Xiaofu didn't find it strange, He couldn't help but stare at her with great interest. Hun Ji smiled and stood beside Du Xiaofu. She stretched out her slender fingers and combed the hair in front of her forehead behind her ears. Then, her red lips curled up slightly as she smiled. "Little fellow, although you're very good, the heavenly saint realm isn't that easy to reach." "Am I such an arrogant person?" Du Xiaofu curled the corner of his mouth and spread his hands helplessly. Of course, he knew the principle of, the path of cultivation is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He did not dare to underestimate that realm. Instead of continuing to argue with him, Soul Concubine straightened her face and said seriously, "According to what I know, only by comprehending the power of profundity and grasping a certain amount of the laws of heaven and earth can one reach the heavenly saint realm. At that time, one will be able to control the laws of the great path and use them for oneself. One's every movement will carry the charm of the great path. When fighting with others, one will no longer be restricted by mortal martial skills." As expected, Du Xiaofu punched his palm heavily. What Soul Concubine said was exactly as he had expected. The path of cultivation of a heavenly saint was indeed in the direction of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. The difference between profundity and laws was that profundity was only a manifestation of laws. It was traceable. On the other hand, laws were formless and hard to grasp. Its mysteries were far more profound and vast than profundity. But Du Xiaofu's heart surged with a strong sense of confidence. His primordial spirit was engraved with the marks of laws, and he had also obtained the insights left behind by his ancestors in the sacred palace. These were the accumulations of his cultivation path. There would be a day when he would be able to take that step with his accumulated strength. "You human brat, you seem to be full of confidence, but Big Sister has high hopes for you." Soul Concubine threw a seductive look at Du Xiaofu and giggled. At the same time, two soft lumps kept rubbing against his arm, sending waves of softness to the touch. Du Xiaofu's entire body trembled and hurriedly suppressed the throbbing in his heart. This woman was really asking for his life. But Du Xiaofu knew that this seemingly delicate and beautiful jasper flower had thorns. Looking at it from afar was fine, but if one dared to reach out to pick it, it might stab you ruthlessly. Cough, cough. The old emperor coughed dryly and turned his head away, reaching out to pretend to wipe his sweat, indicating that he did not see anything. Du Xiaofu tugged at his sleeves and returned to the topic at hand. "Not to mention now, even if I reach the heavenly sage realm, I'm afraid it's not enough to deal with the devil religion's calamity and contend with the fiend celestials." The old emperor and Soul Concubine nodded at the same time. And Du Xiaofu, who had crossed the river of time and witnessed the primordial war, was even more deeply aware of the terror of the fiend celestials. Just like his ancestors, as the heavenly Tao of a world, they could only suppress the fiend celestials but could not kill them. To defeat the fiend celestials, one had to at least surpass the heavenly sage realm and step into a higher realm. As for after the heavenly sage realm, Huolei Laozu had once said to Du Xiaofu, "Once the heavenly sage realm is completed, one will reach the heavenly Tao." This height was too far away. Perhaps only the masters of the 3,000 vast worlds, the dragon god, the fiend celestials, and the like would know everything. Thinking of this, the three of them fell into silence at the same time. "Senior, the matter here is done. I should go back and take a look. For the time being, I'll have to trouble you to take care of the human race." Du Xiaofu did not think too much, turned around, and cupped his fists at the old emperor. It had been a long time since he came to the ancient, desolate, fearsome grounds. This time, he still did not know how long he had been meditating in the divine temple. The outside world was constantly changing, and he did not know if the devil religion had any new movements recently, how was the fiend celestial's recovery, and whether anything major had happened in the desolate country. All these things made Du Xiaofu feel uneasy. "Kid, You just willingly took over the throne of the human emperor, and now you're going to be a hands-off shopkeeper? The old emperor scolded jokingly. Du Xiaofu blushed. Over the years, he was really used to being a hands-off shopkeeper. Seeing this, the old emperor smiled gently and no longer teased him. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will take care of the human race. The burden on your shoulders is heavier than anyone else's." Du Xiaofu returned a grateful look, and was about to bid farewell to the old emperor. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and his eyes swept around the square. In a short while, the three of them heard the sound of wind breaking, and immediately, many figures flew in from all directions and landed on the square in front of the divine temple. These people were old and young, men and women. "Greetings, old emperor! Greetings, human emperor!" After the crowd arrived, they bowed to the old emperor and Du Xiaofu in unison. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept over them, and he learned everyone's identity. These people were from the Ji clan, the Sun clan, the Jiang clan, the Feng clan, the Ren clan, the Yao clan, and the First clan. There were also people from the Lu clan. However, he did not see his disciple, Lin Feng. "Human Emperor, this old man has a presumptuous request." The Ji family's old ancestor Ji Tsang stepped forward and bowed to Du Xiaofu. "Senior Ji, there is no need to be so polite. What is the matter? Please speak frankly." Du Xiaofu did not act arrogantly, and returned the greeting to old ancestor Ji Tsang. These families were the pillars of the human race, and their loyalty to the human race had been verified by the Yu family's rebellion. No matter what enmity he had with them in the past, he still respected them from the bottom of his heart. Because we have guarded the ancient desolate continent for thousands of years, there have been countless changes recently, and we only know how big the world is. We only hope that human emperor can lead the young disciples of our family to the outside world to gain experience and broaden their horizons. Old ancestor Ji Tsang said. Du Xiaofu smiled when he heard this. To be honest, in terms of cultivation, the living beings of the outside world were not as good as the ancient desolate fearsome lands before the suppression of heaven and earth dissipated. However, in terms of greatness and vastness, this place could only be considered a small corner of the world. No problem. I will bring them to the desolate country first. As for the path after that, it is up to them. I will not interfere. Du Xiaofu said. The leaders of the 7 families were delighted when they saw this. We have the same intention. Since that is the case, we will have to trouble the human emperor. Feng Wanran of the Feng family said. Du Xiaofu also knew that the older generation was really considerate. Although they said that they were troubling him, they were actually letting the younger generation of their family follow behind him and contribute to the desolate country. Du Xiaofu didn't point it out, but kept this sentiment in his heart. The outside world is in turmoil, and we're facing danger at any time. However, it does bring us more training. If you're willing to go, follow me. After Du Xiaofu finished speaking, he cupped his hands at the old emperor and said, "Farewell." Then, he tore open a spatial tunnel and entered it with Hun Ji. In the square, the younger generation of the 7 families looked at each other and did not dare to hesitate. They scrambled to be the first to follow. Sun Qin of the Sun family, Jiang Yiting of the Jiang family, Feng Wucha of the Feng family, Ren Yuan of the Ren family, Yao Tianwu of the Yao family, First Hero of the First family, Lu Limo, Lu Mingma, and Lu Yunma of the Lu family were all among them. Originally, Ji Qianxing of the Ji family's younger generation was the first. However, due to fighting for Du Xiaowang's phoenix egg in the burial deathly grounds, he and Ji Zhen were killed by Du Xiaofu. At this time, the Ji family also had a young lady with flowing red hair. Her name was Ji Qianyue. Looking at the space passage slowly closing and concealing the figures of more than a dozen young experts, the eyes of the ancestors and patriarchs present were filled with eager anticipation. As for the old lady of the Jiang family, an imperceptible sigh flashed across her eyes. She really regretted not agreeing to that kid's excessive request back then. Chapter 25:12. The ancient barren ominous grounds was the ancient barren continent of the tricontinent Kyushu. This place was separated from the barren country by thousands of mountains and rivers. Of course, with the strength of Du Xiaofu and the rest, traveling through the space tunnel was faster than traveling through a wormhole. If everything went smoothly, this trip would not take up too much of their time. However, not long after they left the sacred palace, Du Xiaofu suddenly stopped and jumped out of the space tunnel. Then, Hun Ji's expression changed slightly and she turned around. The two's actions confused Sun Qin, Jiang Yiting, Lu Limo, Ji Qianyue, and the rest of the younger generation of the human race. Out of confusion, they also stopped and followed him. Whoosh! Without the protection of the group of saints, the space tunnel was destroyed in the blink of an eye and disappeared into the vast void. At the same time, Du Xiaofu, Hun Ji, and more than 10 people appeared in the sky above a mountain stream. A crescent moon hung above their heads. This mountain stream was narrow, long, and deep, like a deep ravine that had been carved out by a sharp blade. The stone walls on the left and right were like two huge barriers that rose to the sky. Above them, the vegetation was lush and green. Colorful jasper flowers bloomed and swayed with the breeze. The moonlight shone down from the sky and shone on the colorful flowers, reflecting a faint sense of tranquility. It was beautiful beyond compare. When Lu Limo, Jiang Yiting, and the rest appeared, they felt refreshed by this picturesque scene. However, in the next moment, everyone's expression changed. This was because, along with the faint fragrance of the flowers, there was a pungent smell of rotting corpses that attacked everyone's sense of smell. Something's not right. The aura here is indescribably eerie. It's very strange. Yao Tianwu of the Yao family frowned and said in a low voice, "Emperor, should we go down and take a look?" Ren Yuan of the Ren family looked at Du Xiaofu and asked. Du Xiaofu nodded and said, "Let's go." The group of people flew down one after another and landed on the ground in the mountain stream that was covered with weed. Creek Lu Limo's younger brother, Lu Mingimo, gently took a step forward, but a sound came from beneath his feet. "Brother Rock Emperor, look. Under this patch of weeds there's actually a ground full of bones." Profound energy was emitted from the tip of Lu Mingmo's feet and spread out into a fan shape. Like a gigantic shovel, it sent the grass in front of him flying. What followed were withered black creatures' bones that danced in the air one after another. Du Xiaofu stretched out his palm. His energy erupted and sucked a leg bone into his palm. This is the leg bone of a demonic beast. Du Xiaofu rubbed his thumb slightly, and the black matter on the bones fell off, revealing the grayish-white bones. This black substance is the flesh of living creatures. It must have attached itself to the bones because of the loss of blood essence. It hasn't been corroded yet. The number 1 hero stood out and said, "That's right. The luster on the bones has all disappeared, and they have become grayish-white. These creatures seem to have died because of the loss of their life essence." Feng Wuche said, "Let's go and take a look in front." After Du Xiaofu finished speaking, a faint golden light emitted from his body as he flew into the distance. As the group moved forward, they realized that the deeper they went, the shallower the bones on the ground were. In the end, they saw the corpses of living creatures that had just died. There were humans and beasts. These living creatures had died in the same way. They had all lost their blood essence, and even their souls seemed to have been sucked away. Only their shriveled bodies were left. They had died extremely miserably. Based on visual estimation, there are at least 1,000 corpses here. Hun Ji pursed her red lips and said, "Who is so cruel to suck their blood essence and souls?" Lu Mingmo was pure and kind. Seeing such a situation, he couldn't help but speak out angrily. Could it be the devil religion's doing? Du Xiaofu guessed, and his brows knitted together. For such a cruel act, other than the devil religion's people, he couldn't think of anyone else. Just as everyone was still thinking, A burst of creepy laughter floated down from the sky. You humans came at the right time. Killing you will allow my strength to improve further. This laughter floated in all directions, sometimes east and sometimes west, making it difficult for people to detect where it came from. Pretending to be mysterious, Du Xiaofu snorted, then raised his fist and suddenly punched towards a certain spot in the void. Boom! A domineering force swept out, and a thick thunderbolt cut through the night sky, tearing a terrifying crack in the void that extended 10 miles away. Naturally, a figure appeared in this crack. This figure didn't seem to have any intention of continuing to dodge. He openly faced Du Xiaofu and the others, standing in the air, and his throat constantly emitting a gloomy and strange laughter. His body was covered by a cloak, and it was filled with a bloody aura. The pitch-black hood covered his entire face, making it difficult for people to see his appearance. Seeing this figure, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and say, "So it's you." Naturally, he knew this person. In recent years, this person had appeared several times and fought with him. In the Tomb of Eternity and the ancient barren fearsome grounds, this person had appeared before. However, Du Xiaofu didn't know where he came from, and what kind of relationship he had with him. The only thing he was sure of was that he knew this person. Today, none of you can think about leaving. Then, he tilted his head to look into the void and said, "If you don't show up now, when will you?" As soon as he finished speaking, another figure appeared from the void. Similarly, this person's face was also covered by a hood. Only a pair of eyes could be seen, and they were glowing with a grayish-white light. Unlike the former, this person's aura carried an extremely thick bloody aura. "The two of you made such a big fuss, you must be waiting for me." Looking at these two people, Du Xiaofu said aloud. He had a feeling that these two people's actions were unusual. With their cultivation bases, they would definitely have been able to avoid him the moment he arrived. Therefore, they didn't show up because he accidentally bumped into this matter. You guessed right, we've been waiting for this day for too long. The black-robed man laughed sinisterly. That's true. Since that's the case, let me see what kind of scoundrels you two are. Du Xiaofu didn't want to continue talking nonsense. If he wanted to know who they were, he could directly knock them down with his fist and take off their hood. Otherwise, there would be nothing to hide. Chapter 25:13. Du Xiaofu, times have changed. Do you really think you can hide the truth from the masses? The man in the robe who reeked of blood said in a low voice. His voice sounded very young. However, in those grayish-white eyes, there was a strange brilliance. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick blood-red light burst out from his body. In a flash, he appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. A pair of skinny palms reached out from under his sleeve. His fingers curled into claws and clawed downwards. A sinister aura spread out, and a dark blood-red light burst out. The pair of claws carried a ferocious aura as if they were going to steal one's soul. Other than Du Xiaofu and Hunji, the dozen or so young powerhouses of the human clan felt their souls tremble. They felt different degrees of impact, and took a few steps back at the same time. Everyone, retreat. I'll deal with them. Du Xiaofu snorted as he sent Lu Limo, Sun Qinjiang, Yiting, Ren Yuan, and the others away. When he heard the other party say his name, he knew that his guess was right. These two people were definitely waiting for him here on purpose. It was very likely that they were people he was familiar with. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. The golden rock wings spread out behind him. Golden light shot out in all directions as he shouted, "Sky-shaking wings." Golden runes swirled as the wings slashed downwards, colliding directly with the pair of skinny palms. Boom! A terrifying energy burst out, and a loud boom rang out. The void shook. The man in the robe and Du Xiaofu retreated at the same time, each standing 100 feet away. Who is that person? He's so terrifying. He's evenly matched with the human emperor in their first clash. Could he be a powerhouse from some ancient faction? Feng Wuche, Ren Yuan, Yao Tianwu, and the number one hero were all shocked. They knew about Du Xiaofu's cultivation. He was the one who killed the Beast Alliance's Patriarch Zhang Jie and Patriarch Feng San, as well as the human clan's Patriarch Yu. That mysterious expert was actually able to hold his own against him for a short period of time. Just what kind of background did he have? The Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Looks like this is all there is to it. The man in the robe and hat sneered. He moved his body again, and he clashed with Du Xiaofu. On the other side, the black-robed man who appeared first, he stood on the side with his arms crossed. He watched the two powerhouses, as if he had no intention of interfering. I don't care who you are. Today, I will uncover your true face. Sword breaking 10,000 miles. The purple heavenly palace appeared. Purple heavenly palace was purple heavenly palace do an unparalleled sword light formed. The azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise roared and attacked. The roars of the dragon, the tiger, the sparrow, and the turtle shook the void. The ferocious beasts twisted around the sword light and rushed toward the man in the robe and hat. Boundless blood massacre. The man in the robe and hat shouted. He raised his hands, palms facing up, and a murderous aura rolled out. In the mountain stream, the withered bones covered by weeds began to move. Endless death aura rose and quickly gathered, condensing toward the man in the robe and hat. Then, a bright black ball of light formed in front of him. Within it, countless evil ghost heads appeared. The hoarse cries of the evil spirits reverberated, as if they wanted to bite and devour everything. Boom! The dazzling sword light slashed down in the blink of an eye, colliding with the ball of light. As soon as the two came into contact, they crushed each other at the same time and then exploded. The mysterious runes, which carried a vast aura, tangled, bit, and devoured the evil spirits that broke out of the seal. The terrifying aura was mighty, forcing the two of them to retreat at the same time. As for Lu Mingmo, Ji Qianyue, and the others, they retreated dozens of miles away, not daring to stay in the center of the battle. Du Xiaofu, if this is all you have, then it's too disappointing, the man in the robe and hat said faintly. His tone was a little disappointed. Is that so? If this is all you have, then everything can be over. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Although he said so, the shock in his heart was inevitable. He himself had obtained countless opportunities, which allowed him to be ranked among the first-class powerhouses. However, the person in front of him, who sounded very young, could easily take his 1,000-mile sword. This was truly inconceivable. Moreover, on the other side, there was still a man in a black robe who had not made a move yet. However, even so, Du Xiaofu was confident that he could defeat him quickly. Without further delay, Du Xiaofu waved his sleeve and put away the purple-gold heavenly palace. Then, he slowly raised a fist in front of him. He stood in the air, the golden wings of the rock flapping behind him, and did not do anything else. However, as he raised his fist, the Xian Qi in the heavenly palace rushed to his limbs and bones. An indescribable aura fluctuated from his body, which instantly covered the entire area. Evil spirits! When the man in the robe and hat saw this, he did not waste any more words. That pair of gray eyes surged with a ruthless and cold light. His body fluctuated with a treacherous aura, which affected some kind of invisible force in this area. The Yin Qi within a radius of hundreds of miles surged and gathered around the man in the robe and hat, quickly condensing into countless evil spirits and evil spirits. Chaotic and mournful screams echoed in the mountain stream, as if they wanted to drill into people's minds and devour their souls. The man in the robe and hat sneered and quickly rushed toward Du Xiaofu. His two palms turned into ghost claws, and he was about to give Du Xiaofu a fatal blow. However, in the next moment, when he was about 10 feet away from Du Xiaofu, the purple-robed youth's figure strangely disappeared in front of his eyes. This unforeseen event shocked the man in the robe and hat. However, before this surprise could really arise, he saw a ball of golden light explode in the void in front of him. Then, a fist without any aura swung out from the golden light and directly hit his body. Tyrannical fist way. A cold voice rang in the man's ears. Until now, he was still shocked by Du Xiaofu's sudden disappearance, and his body had been violently smashed by such a punch. Outside his body, countless evil spirits were destroyed in the golden light, purified by the righteous qi, and dissipated into nothingness. The man in the robe and hat's slender body was directly sent flying. A long arrow of blood spurted out from his mouth, nailing a hole in the void. "Let me see what kind of god you are, you scoundrel!" Du Xiaofu snorted coldly and did not stop. A pair of golden wings flapped violently, and his figure flew out and caught up with the man in the robe and hat. Du Xiaofu struck out again, and a terrible force swept out and hit the man's body. Swish, the robe exploded, and the man in the robe and hat was directly exposed to Du Xiaofu's eyes, which made his eyes suddenly focus. "It's you." Chapter 25:14. While the opponent was unprepared, Du Xiaofu suddenly unleashed the first form of Fuyao. This was the supreme technique of the primordial golden-winged Great Pring Bird clan. It silently passed through the space barrier and took the opponent by surprise, destroying the attack that the man in the robe had been preparing. What followed was Du Xiaofu's palm, which shattered the robe that covered the man's face, revealing a pale, handsome face. Looking at this familiar yet strange face, Du Xiaofu was incomparably shocked and abruptly stared blankly for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the first black-robed man's feet flashed and he quickly captured the exposed man in the robe and brought him far away to prevent Du Xiaofu from killing him again. "How can this be? Weren't you already dead?" Du Xiaofu did not stop him, but stood in the air and said in disbelief. The man in front of him was tall and slender, and he was extraordinarily handsome. Du Xiaofu was very familiar with him. Although his aura was sinister and fierce now, and was completely different from before, Du Xiaofu still recognized him at a glance. This man was Dongli Qihuang, whom he had killed in front of countless people at the Great Luan sect. "Du Xiaofu, I'm still alive. You didn't expect this, did you? Ha 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 ha." Dongli Qihuang reached out to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, and laughed wildly. Although he had been caught off guard and suffered Du Xiaofu's attack, he did not seem to have suffered any serious injuries. The aura on his body was not any weaker than before. I was wondering who it was. In recent years, you have hidden your identity and attacked me several times. You have a strong sense of enmity." Du Xiaofu recovered from his initial shock and smiled faintly. "Dongli Qihuang, so what if you're not dead? With your current appearance, you're still no match for me." It was obvious that the East mythical phoenix relied on consuming the blood and souls of living beings to gain its current dominating capabilities. "Du Xiaofu, don't you think you're too arrogant?" Beside Dongli Qihuang, the black-robed man said coldly. Two cold eyes shot out from under the hood. "Who are you? Since you're so confident that you can defeat me, why are you hiding under the hood and not daring to show yourself?" Du Xiaofu said with a smile. At this point, he could confirm with certainty that this person was definitely an old friend of his who had interacted with him before. "You!" The black-robed man was speechless. "I, Dongli Qihuang's this life. Du Xiaofu, you're the one who destroyed everything I had and turned me into this. My motivation for me to Xiaofu is to defeat Ofu Xiaofu. Only in this way can I extinguish the hatred in my heart for you." Dongli Qihuang gritted his teeth and said. His eyes were full of murderous intent. He couldn't wait to tear Du Xiaofu into pieces. Even though his heart was full of hatred, he wasn't overly agitated. The Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix believed that with its current strength, it definitely had the qualifications to fight Du Xiaofu head-on. "If you want to kill me, I, Du Xiaofu, am always ready." Du Xiaofu said loudly. The grudge between him and Dongli Qihuang was irreversible. It would not end until one of them was dead. Du Xiaofu's eyes were solemn. He glanced at the skeletons in the narrow valley and said, "Since you dare to wait for me here, you must have absolute confidence that you can defeat me. Since that's the case, let me see what level you have reached with the cultivation method of absorbing the blood essence and souls of living creatures. Let me see if you are qualified to defeat me." These words came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth slowly. Along with these words, a purple gold light burst out from his body. His purple robe fluttered in the wind. The energy between heaven and earth suddenly tightened. In an instant, all of it was plundered and quickly gathered towards Du Xiaofu. Gee! A rock's cry pierced the sky and cracked the earth. The shadow of the golden-winged rock soared into the sky and roared. A vast aura was brewing in this part of the world. It was as if an ancient pressure was spreading and pressing, filling every inch of the space. Du Xiaofu, let me fight you! Dongli Qihuang was about to make his move, but the black-robed man beat him to it. His figure moved, and he rushed up. At the same time, a large amount of murderous aura gushed out and covered his entire body. Be careful of Du Xiaofu's strange space technique. Dongli Qihuang didn't stop him. Instead, he reminded him in a deep voice. He had just suffered a loss. Naturally, he didn't want to see his companion repeat the same mistake. Ming Luo, fierce general, rise. The black-robed man let out a deep roar. Countless murderous aura circled around him rapidly. Runes as small as mosquitoes were arranged and combined, drowning him completely. Countless mysterious runes revolved according to a strange trajectory, forming the body of a ferocious ghost that was thousands of feet tall. This was the Ming Luo fierce general that the black-robed man mentioned. Roar! The Ming Luo fierce general's face was ferocious. A loud roar came out from his bloody mouth. The roar shook the sky. As he opened his mouth, a thick stench spewed out, bringing with it a terrifying aura that could corrode everything. On the walls of the valley, the essence of all the plants was instantly sucked dry when they encountered this aura. They turned into fine powder and fell down. Humph, evil ghost, how dare you be so fierce? Du Xiaofu snorted. The golden wings of the great rock flapped horizontally. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the Ming Luo fierce general. At the same time, Du Xiaofu raised his palm. Golden light burst out and turned into 1,000,000 feet in size. He suddenly clenched his fist in the air. Boom, 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 a thunderbolt as thick as a mountain fell from the sky. It split the night sky and was caught by the golden palm. In the sacred palace, after comprehending the inheritance left by the ancestor, Du Xiaofu had made great progress in the lightning profound. In the field, Du Xiaofu held the thunderbolt tightly. Without the slightest pause, he used it as a long whip and lashed down at the Ming Luo fierce general. Roar! The Ming Luo fierce general roared and took a step forward. The heaven and earth trembled. A battle-axe as big as a mountain was held in his hand. It fluctuated with the color of blood. A terrifying murderous aura whistled and chopped down at Du Xiaofu's head. Boom! Like a waterfall, the thunderbolt and the blood-colored battle-axe collided and instantly bombarded together. Two forces that carried completely opposite auras collided and exploded with an earth-shaking roar. The aura of extreme yang was vast and mighty, and the aura of cold and fierce filled the air. The walls of the valley on both sides of the valley were blasted into a circular gap that was dozens of miles wide. Rubble flew into the sky and shattered the void into countless pieces. Lu Limo, Sun Qin, Ren Yuan, and the other young experts of the human race, along with Hun Ji, all retreated to 100 miles away. They looked at this scene with fear and trepidation. Dongli Qihuang also hid in the distance. He did not dare to stay in the center of the battle. What's the background of that black-robed man? He's so fierce and doesn't seem to be inferior to the human emperor. These two people are too terrifying. Everyone discussed animatedly. Hun Ji's seductive big eyes were also shining with an inexplicable brilliance. Chapter 25:15. Thump, thump, thump. The black-robed Ming Luo fierce general held the blood-red battle-axe in his hand and kept retreating. The void beneath his feet collapsed and was annihilated. Huge footprints were left in the narrow valley below, and countless rocks and trees were turned into dust. Du Xiaofu's body flashed with golden light, and he quickly retreated, avoiding the most direct energy impact. The huge palm formed by Xian Qi had already dissipated. The lightning bolt that was as thick as a mountain directly turned into shattered runes that filled the sky. They danced in the air, flickering indeterminately. The two sides were evenly matched with each other, and there was no clear winner. Du Xiaofu, you can't do anything to me now. A loud voice came from the Ming Luo fierce general. With every word, the void trembled. A ferocious and valiant aura spiraled in the surroundings and reverberated endlessly. You do have some strength, but if that's all, it's far from enough to kill me. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes and said softly. He didn't expect this person's strength to be on par with Dongli Qihuang. Although he didn't use his full strength, there was no doubt that the other party was the same. However, even when facing ancestor Feng San and the Yu clan's old emperor, he didn't back down. At this time, Du Xiaofu couldn't have any fear in his heart. Kill! The Ming Luo fierce general roared, and his roar cut through the void. The blood-red battle-axe emitted a glaring scarlet light. If one looked closely, they could see countless resentful spirits struggling and rolling in the blood-red light. Their faces were twisted, and they let out soundless wails. The Ming Luo fierce general rushed forward, and the battle-axe in his hand chopped down again. Thunder martial vein, rise! Du Xiaofu shouted. He didn't change his move, because thunder and lightning were the nemesis of Yin Qi. Streaks of lightning as thick as chopsticks flashed out of his body, intertwining with each other like meridians in a human body. As if sensing the call of the thunder martial vein, countless thunderclouds instantly gathered high in the sky, churning nonstop. Following that, bolts of lightning condensed into a huge net that covered an area of a few hundred miles, covering the head of the Ming Luo fierce general. Qi La. The blood-red battle-axe struck the lightning net, and a long and narrow hole was directly cut open. At this moment, the big net finally descended, trapping Ming Luo Xiong's incomparably tall body within. Well, lightning crackled as countless electric tongues slithered around, constantly rubbing against the ruthless aura on the Ming Luo fierce general's body and consuming it. Lightning symbols flickered one after another. Roar, trapped, the Ming Luo fierce general roared crazily, the blood-evil battle-axe in his hand slashing left and right. Cracks appeared on the lightning net one after another, and its aura gradually dimmed. In the end, when the lightning was extinguished, the aura of the Ming Luo fierce general became much weaker. Time to end this! Du Xiaofu snorted coldly when he saw this. With a thought, the purple-gold heavenly tower appeared in his hand. Then, his body shook slightly, and his figure disappeared from the spot again. The ultimate mystery of the golden-winged rock clan was suddenly activated. Be careful! In the distance, Dongli Qihuang shouted, wanting to warn the black-robed man. However, before his voice could be heard, Du Xiaofu had already appeared again. The purple-gold heavenly tower was held in his hands, and a terrifying and vast aura fluctuated, causing the void to buzz and tremble. Overbearing sword way! A loud shout came from Du Xiaofu's throat, and a simple and unadorned sword slashed down. The sword radiance, which carried a vast and righteous aura, rushed straight out, and the overbearing aura cut through the void, slashing towards the extremely tall figure. Qi, the Ming Luo fierce general, raised his battle-axe to meet the attack, but it was broken in an instant. The sword radiance turned and slashed directly on his chest. The sharp sword aura burst forth, and instantly cut the Ming Luo fierce general's body from head to toe into two halves. Then, the dense and mysterious runes were annihilated and shattered, and rushed in all directions. The fiendish aura was destroyed, and countless resentful spirits drifted away, rushing high into the sky and burrowing into the ground to be free. Accompanied by a muffled groan, a slender figure flew out, dragging a long trajectory in the air. On the black-robed man's body, dark red blood splattered, dyeing the sky red. Du Xiaofu's golden rock wings flapped, and he caught up with the black-robed man in 8-step. The purple-gold heavenly tower slashed, and the golden runes swept out, about to cut the black-robed man into 2 halves. Du Xiaofu, don't even think about hurting him. At this moment, Dongli Qihuang had already moved, rushed from the side, and blocked in front of Du Xiaofu. 2 pairs of ghost-like claws tore at Du Xiaofu, and 10 pitch-black marks were scratched out in the void. "Humph, no one can save him today." Du Xiaofu snorted lightly, and then he executed the Fuyao move again, and his body suddenly disappeared. Dongli Qihuang's sharp claws grabbed empty air, and he turned around in shock, only to see that he had already pounced in front of the black-robed man. Then, a purple-gold palm struck out with a piercingly cold force. The black-robed man wanted to adjust his form in the air to dodge such a strike. However, his speed was not faster than Du Xiaofu, who possessed the golden rock wings. The terrifying force in the palm spewed out, and the black-robed man was hit, and the black robe on his body exploded. A long arrow of blood also flew out from his mouth. Chen Yan. The instant the black-robed man's hood exploded, Du Xiaofu's gaze shot over. That person's handsome appearance naturally entered his line of sight. Just as Du Xiaofu expected, this black-robed man was really an old friend that he was familiar with. This person was the leading disciple of the profound talisman sect, Chen Yan. Even though he was somewhat prepared in his heart, Du Xiaofu was still greatly shocked when the truth was placed before him. He himself, including the current desolate country, had a deep relationship with the profound talisman sect. Only this Chen Yan was something that Du Xiaofu disliked the most. But then again, because of Zhu Shui and the others, Du Xiaofu had never completely shed all pretenses with him and treated him as a life-and-death enemy. But he did not know that this profound talisman sect's eldest disciple, who had always thought himself infallible, actually hated him to such an extent. "Haha, as expected, it's another acquaintance." Du Xiaofu laughed and attacked again without hesitation, capturing the heavily injured Chen Yan in his hand as if he was capturing a little chick. Glancing at Dongli Qihuang, who was still in a daze, Du Xiaofu said with a faint smile, "So it's the 2 of you, no wonder you schemed to kill me together." After pondering for a moment, Du Xiaofu already understood. Even though he didn't have the most direct conflict with Chen Yan, some friction between the 2 of them had long since caused this proud genius of the past to feel enmity towards Chen Yan. Du Xiaofu lifted Chen Yan's body up, and his tone became gloomy. "I was wondering earlier why the Eastern Flame Crimson Phoenix would come back to life. Now it would seem like all of this is probably related to you, right?" Chapter 25:16. Chen Yan laughed miserably and didn't say anything as he was grabbed by Du Xiaofu by the collar and held in his hand. Chen Yan didn't speak, and his body twisted and struggled with all his might while a deep blood-red glow fluctuated and poured out a strand of force with the intention of struggling free. But strands of lightning erupted from Du Xiaofu's palm and suppressed the baleful aura, causing all of Chen Yan's resistance to seem so powerless and futile. Du Xiaofu. On the other side, the Eastern Flame Crimson Phoenix gnashed her teeth to the point they almost shattered, and her voice was filled with boundless hatred. In the end, she actually started to roar. "Fight me openly if you have the balls. I refuse to believe that I can't kill you." Du Xiaofu couldn't help but laugh with ridicule when he heard this. "You seem to be very aggrieved. If it's really like this, then I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, the energy of lightning gushed out from his palm and set up a strong restriction. Circle after circle of lightning light fluctuated like ropes, binding Chen Yan within it. No matter how he struggled, he was unable to escape the fate of being sealed. Help me look after him. Don't let him escape. Du Xiaofu tossed casually, and Chen Yan's figure instantly tore through the sky like a shooting star to descend by the side of Lu Limo, Hun Ji, and the others who were 50 kilometers away. Hun Ji's fine brows knit together, and she seemed to feel that Du Xiaofu's words carried a trace of the nature of an order, so she was slightly displeased. Her red lips opened, yet she didn't say anything in the end, and she just nodded to display her agreement. After he finished doing all this, Du Xiaofu turned around to face the Qi Li and Qi Huang, and his violet robe fluttered without the wind. Golden light enshrouded his body while lightning coiled around his body, causing him to seem like a god that had descended into the mortal world, and he was mighty and extraordinary. Kill! Dongli Qi Huang shouted in a low voice when he saw this, and he took the initiative to attack. Earlier, Chen Yan had attacked with his full strength and executed the underworld general, yet he still lost to Du Xiaofu, and it was even to the extent that he didn't have much strength to fight back. This caused the Qi Li and Qi Huang to not dare be careless in the slightest. Nether Bloodlight, Hell's Gate. Open! With Dongli Qi Huang's shout, a strange energy gradually rose up, filling every inch of the surrounding several hundred kilometers. Dark clouds moved across the sky, obscuring the crescent moon and causing the ground below to sink into darkness. Boundless black light suddenly flashed on the ground beneath everyone's feet, followed by clouds of blood-red mist. As soon as this blood mist appeared, it transformed into countless evil spirits and ferocious spirits. It was like the door to the netherworld had been opened, and ferocious beings had broken through the restrictions and intended to wreak havoc in all directions and destroy everything. Those ferocious mouths opened wide, emitting waves of whimpering roars that made one's scalp go numb. Retreat! Lu Xiaomao, Ren Yuan, and the number 1 hero hurriedly retreated, wanting to hide further away. However, the young powerhouses of the human race felt as if their bodies had sunk into a swamp. Some kind of strange mysterious force entangled their bodies, causing them to feel sticky and difficult to move their feet. Everyone's Xian Qi circulated wildly in their bodies, but it was difficult to break free from the shackles. They could only move their bodies slowly and with great difficulty. Even Du Xiaofu, who was in the center, felt the same way. Those ferocious spirits and ferocious spirits all bared their fangs and brandished their claws, pouncing towards him. Petty tricks! However, Du Xiaofu only chuckled at this and did not react violently. He was not in a hurry. He raised his hand and several rays of light of different colors swept out from between his eyebrows. Boom, 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 buzz, 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 several bolts of spiritual thunder whistled high into the sky. As soon as they appeared, lightning flashed and roared incessantly, circling above Du Xiaofu. Roar, 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 countless evil spirits and ferocious spirits, with sharp roars, leaped and pounced. Pairs of sharp claws slashed through the dark void, adding a sense of gloominess to this world. Ferocious spirits and evil spirits should all be suppressed and killed, Du Xiaofu said in a deep voice. As he waved his hand, the golden crow sky burning thunder above his head bloomed as bright as the sun. A curtain of lightning rained down and enveloped his entire body. The strong and fierce aura was vast and mighty, preventing the ferocious spirits and ferocious spirits from getting close to him. Then, Du Xiaofu waved his hand again. The heavenly Yin lightning hummed and emitted rays of starlight, spreading out in the sky, releasing a gentle glow. However, this gentleness contained an unparalleled fierce aura. Those ferocious spirits and ferocious spirits, under the shine of the starlight, became a little dimmer. Those who were not strong enough all held their heads and howled in pain, as if they had encountered something terrible. However, the starlight was everywhere. No matter what they did, there was nowhere to escape. This was not the end. Following Du Xiaofu's actions, crackling sounds of thunder and lightning spread out one after another. The heavenly earth-shattering thunder, the 3,000 shocking thunder, the silver net soul-devouring thunder, the soul-annihilating thunder, and the others also displayed their might one after another, each emitting a different aura. These auras were either extremely strong and yang, ferocious and domineering, or pervasive and seeping into the soul. Terrifying power poured out, tearing and killing, cutting the void into countless pieces. For a time, lightning crisscrossed and surged mightily. This area turned into a vast sea of lightning. Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qihuang's figures were both drowned in the lightning and ferocious spirits that filled the sky. With the help of Hun Ji, the young experts of the human race had long escaped from the battle. This power is really too terrifying. Brother Rock's strength is too terrifying. If it were me, I would probably be killed in a single exchange, my body and soul destroyed. Everyone shuddered when they saw the terrifying scene. In front of everyone, Chen Yan, whose cultivation was sealed, did not speak. But that handsome face was twitching non-stop at this moment, and the corners of his mouth trembled without end. In the depths of his eyes there was boundless fear brewing. The powerful cultivation that Du Xiaofu displayed had ultimately crushed his confidence and moved him. However, he still had hope in his heart, because the final outcome was still unknown. As long as he did not see Dongli Qihuang completely defeated, he still held on to hope that Du Xiaofu could be killed. However, in the next moment, these hopes in Chen Yan's heart all turned into a heavy warning, because he saw a purple-robed figure appear from the destroyed area. That figure pushed aside the boiling sky and strode out with large step. In his hand, he was even carrying the dying Dongli Qihuang. It was like carrying a little chick, just like his previous encounter. At this instant, the last trace of hope in Chen Yan's heart was obliterated. So what if all of you are strong? No matter how cruel and ferocious your tricks and methods are, before I, Du Xiaofu, you'll forever be a stepping stone on my path. These words were spoken by Du Xiaofu, and it carried a peerlessly domineering aura as he tossed Dongli Qihuang to the ground. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed from Dongli Qihuang's mouth as he rolled on the ground in pain. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, his grayish-white eyes opened a slit with great difficulty, and deep hatred flashed through them. Du Xiaofu's words seemed to be correct. At the beginning, his strength was entirely capable of taking Du Xiaofu to be an ant, and he could easily crush Du Xiaofu with a single finger. But gradually, that young man from all those years ago rose up like the rising sun, and no one could restrain him any longer. Moreover, everything he possessed was lost step by step during this process, and it was seized away by Chen Yan. In the end, even his life was practically lost at Chen Yan's hands. Even if it was now, he'd painstakingly cultivated with evil techniques and advanced at a godly speed. However, he still seemed to be so powerless before Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu, what qualifications do you have to laugh at us? You're just luckier than us. On the other side, Chen Yan, who'd had his cultivation sealed, laughed bitterly as he spoke fiercely. As soon as he opened his mouth, fresh blood covered his pure white teeth, and it was suffused with dense viciousness. Luck? Ha! Du Xiaofu started laughing as well because he was naturally able to discern the unwillingness in Chen Yan's words. But Du Xiaofu couldn't be bothered to explain himself at all. During these past few years, he'd grown step by step, and he'd indeed obtained various fortuitous encounters. However, his current strength was completely built on his own hard work. He'd risked life and death countless times, fought countless times while bathed in blood, and there wasn't the slightest element of trickery. There were actually people who attributed all of this to luck. Perhaps to enemies like Chen Yan, Qi Li, and Qi Huang, they felt that fate played tricks on them and favored one while discriminating against the other, and it was extremely unfair. But no matter how many fortuitous encounters and benefits Du Xiaofu obtained, and no matter how others looked at him, they couldn't completely deny the hard work he'd put in. How do you intend to deal with these two people? Hun Ji swayed her waist as she walked forward gracefully, and she asked Du Xiaofu. her bright and moving eyes flickered with a strange glow. What? You're interested in them? Du Xiaofu's brows raised when he saw this, and he smiled as he spoke. He knew that Hun Ji was formed from the incomplete soul of a primeval expert, and she could take the energy of the soul for her own use. On the other hand, the techniques Dongli Qi Huang and Chen Yen cultivated were extremely evil. In the dilapidated gorge below, the blood essence and souls of the skeletons that covered the ground had been sucked dry by them. It was unknown exactly how many living beings they'd slaughtered. But one thing was for sure, the souls of these two people were surely evil and terrifyingly strong. To Hunji, it was definitely a great supplement. If she really wanted it, he really had no reason to refuse. Although this method was rather cruel. However, after Hunji's eyes flickered, the corners of her small mouth twitched, and she continued Du Xiaofu's words as she teased. Forget it. Actually, the one I'm most interested in is you. After saying that, she stared straight at the young man in front of her, and the smile at the corner of her mouth carried a trace of playfulness. Du Xiaofu was completely immune to Hunji's teasing. Naturally, he didn't notice that there was a hint of seriousness mixed in that playfulness. Behind Hunji, Lu Limo, Ren Yuan, Feng Wucha, and the others all had embarrassed expressions on their faces. Especially Lu Limo, Sun Qin, and Jiang Yiting, they couldn't help but smile bitterly in their hearts. Ever since the Yu family rebelled, Du Xiaofu had killed the Yu family's old emperor in an invincible manner, wiped out the Yu family, and took over the position of the human emperor. From then on, there was an invisible barrier between them and this young man, and it seemed like it could no longer be crossed. A scholar prefers death to humiliation. Du Xiaofu, if you're a man, kill me with a sword. Dongli Qihuang's mouth held a cold smile as he said hatefully. Don't worry, I'll fulfill your wish as usual. Du Xiaofu's voice was clear, and as he spoke, the purple-gold heavenly tower appeared in his hand again. Profound qi surged from the heavenly tower and poured into the sword. The four phantoms of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise shook the sky, and their roars shook the void. A purplish-gold sword radiance formed in an instant and slashed down at the neck of the east, leaving Scarlet Phoenix in his hand. At this moment, a look of fear finally appeared in his eyes. Seeing the sword light fall, Dongli Qihuang reluctantly closed his eyes and waited for the judgment of fate. However, just as Du Xiaofu's purple-gold heavenly tower was about to cut off Dongli Qihuang's head, an earth-shattering roar came from afar. Roar! This loud roar was like thunder, and it shook the void far away. Then, a monstrous light rushed out, and the body of a beast appeared. In a flash, it appeared beside Du Xiaofu, and it was incomparably fast. Show mercy! A furry claw, incomparably huge and covered in golden fur, blocked the sharpness of Du Xiaofu's purple-gold heavenly fault. Clang! It was like the sound of metal and stone colliding, and a series of sparks flew between the sword and the claw. In Du Xiaofu's hand, the purple-gold heavenly tower was shaken up. In an instant, Hunji, Lu Limo, the #1 hero, and the others all unsheathed their weapons, as if facing a great enemy. However, Du Xiaofu had no intention of pursuing the troublemaker who came out of nowhere. He waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be nervous, and calmly put away his longsword. Jiangchen, why are you here? Looking at the giant beast in front of him, Du Xiaofu asked in surprise. The beast's eyes were as red as cinnabar, its body was covered in scales, and its claws were curved like hooks. Its teeth were exposed, like sharp blades, and the smell of blood filled the air. It was Jiangchen's golden growler. Jiangchen seemed to have just arrived. He'd arrived in a hurry and immediately blocked Du Xiaofu's sure-kill sword light. Long time no see. Jiangchen's golden growler slowly transformed into a man in his 30s. He smiled at Du Xiaofu. Indeed, long time no see. Du Xiaofu smiled back. The last time Jiangchen appeared was in the Tomb of Eternity. It had been a long time since then. Now that they'd met again, Jiangchen seemed to have grown much stronger. However, Jiangchen still couldn't see through him. "These two are useful to me," said Jiangchen. "I hope you can let them go. I'll owe you a favor." When Du Xiaofu heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly. But then he smiled and casually tossed the Qi Li and Qi Huang to the ground. "Since you asked, I won't ask too much. There's no reason to not let them go." Ever since they'd met, Jiangchen had indeed helped him a lot. The friendship between the two of them was not shallow. No matter the reason, Du Xiaofu would give him face. He was just a bit curious. Did Dongli Qi Huang and Xin Yan have some kind of relationship with Jiangchen? However, Jiangchen had always been mysterious and elusive. It made sense that he couldn't talk about his private matters. Chapter 25:17. Actually, I can't quite put my finger on it. I just have a vague feeling that these two are somehow related to me. Jiangchen's gaze swept over Dongli Qi Huang and Xin Yan, a hint of confusion on his face. Du Xiaofu nodded. Even Jiangchen himself didn't seem to know Jiangchen's exact identity and origins. Perhaps it really was some sort of vague feeling towards Dongli Qi Huang and Xin Yan. That's why he'd hurried over just as they were about to be killed. "I believe you." Du Xiaofu smiled, then fell silent. He saw Jiangchen as a friend and wasn't willing to dig deeper. The conversation between the two of them was heard by everyone. Dongli Qi Huang crawled up from the ground in a sorry state. He suddenly realized that he might have escaped another calamity today. The sense of failure in his heart was instantly suppressed by a gratuitous joy. However, the flames of hope that had just been ignited were doused with a bucket of cold water by Xin Yan's next words. "What do you want to do to us?" Xin Yan's gaze was distant as he asked Jiangchen in a low voice, his voice filled with deep fear. They naturally knew of Jiangchen's ferocious reputation. However, they and Dongli Qi Huang had no relationship with him. He couldn't possibly help them without reason. If he had ulterior motives, then their fates wouldn't be any better than being killed by Du Xiaofu. "If you don't want to die, then come with me obediently." Jiangchen frowned, glared at Xin Yan, and responded coldly. After that, light surged on his palm, and then a strand of force erupted and struck Xin Yan. After a slight buzzing sound, the enchantment set up by Du Xiaofu was directly lifted. Xin Yan grimaced in pain and straightened his body. "All right, I agree to go with you. As long as I don't die at Du Xiaofu's hands, even if I have to face hell and 10,000 tribulations in the future, I'm willing to endure them." Xin Yan enunciated each word clearly, his expression terrifying. "All right. I also agree to go with you." Hearing these words, Dongli Qi Huang also opened his mouth. He turned to look at Du Xiaofu again, his eyes erupting with hatred. "Du Xiaofu, as long as we don't die, there will be a day when I will personally chop off your head." In the face of Dongli Qi Huang's provocation, Du Xiaofu sneered and suddenly pushed the purple gold heavenly tower into the void. With a boom, the tip of the sword seemed to have struck the thick ground, emitting a thunderous sound. Cracks exploded in the void, like a watermelon that was exposed to the scorching sun, bursting open. Du Xiaofu's black hair fluttered in the wind as he fearlessly said, "I, Du Xiaofu, will teach you any time." Jiangchen could only shake his head and smile bitterly at their tit-for-tat. After that, he waved his hand at Du Xiaofu and said, "Thank you for this. I will definitely repay this favor in the future. Won't you come to the desolate nation for a visit?" When he saw that Jiangchen intended to leave, Du Xiaofu urged him to stay. Given Jiangchen's current strength, he couldn't see through him at all. If he was willing to help the desolate nation, then in the upcoming battle against the devil religion, he'd undoubtedly gain a great deal of help. "No, I still have a few things to investigate. I want to know the answer as soon as possible." Jiangchen raised his head slightly and gazed into the distance, somewhat lost in thought. Du Xiaofu had long since expected this answer. He didn't say anything else. He simply cupped his hands at Jiangchen. "Then take care. I hope you'll be able to find out the final results soon. Jiangchen smiled, then opened his hand. Strength swept out, capturing Dongli Qihuang and Xin Yan. He said to Du Xiaofu, "Let's go." With a leap, he disappeared into the void, disappearing without a trace. He'd come quickly and left decisively, without the slightest hesitation. Was that person just now the zombie you spoke of? Hun Ji strolled over to Du Xiaofu's side and asked softly. Du Xiaofu nodded. A mysterious and unfathomable fellow. Your relationship doesn't seem ordinary either. Hun Ji said with a faint smile. Du Xiaofu nodded again. Then, he turned to Soul Concubine and flashed her 2 rows of shiny teeth. He squeezed out a meaningful and wretched smile. Actually, our relationship is the real deal. Hun Ji was momentarily at a loss for words. She'd actually been taken advantage of in a moment of carelessness. This scene inwardly delighted Du Xiaofu. Who told you to tease me time and time again? This time, I've finally gotten back some face. However, Du Xiaofu had miscalculated. Hun Ji was only slightly stunned for a moment. Then, her bright eyes curved and she giggled. She stuck out her 2 pure white breasts and swayed her perky waist as she walked over to Du Xiaofu's side. Then, she gently held Du Xiaofu's arm. Her 2 soft lumps were squeezed until they changed shape and protruded outwards as if they were about to jump out of her lapels. The cleavage also became deeper. Wisps of fragrance burrowed into Du Xiaofu's nose. It was intoxicating. Hun Ji's rosy lips moved closer to Du Xiaofu's ear. She gently blew into his ear and said with a smile, "Actually, I feel that our relationship can be even deeper and more extraordinary." This sentence, Du Xiaofu immediately understood. His scalp went numb, and in an instant, all the hair on his body stood on end. This woman was really capable of saying anything. The worst thing was that there was a fucking movement somewhere. This was too fucking disappointing. Let's hurry up and get going. Du Xiaofu's little mouth trembled. He did not dare to stay any longer. In a flash, he jumped into the distance and fled in panic like a stray dog. Compared to Dongli Qingqing, Sima Muhan, Qi Yi Shi and the other young girls, this woman in front of him really killed without spilling blood. Looking at Du Xiaofu's embarrassing state, Hun Ji covered her mouth and laughed. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and her pair of plump breasts trembled along with it, forming a moving arc. "Little brat, you're still too inexperienced to fight with me." Amidst her laughter, Hun Ji also unfolded her body and followed behind Du Xiaofu. Seeing this scene, Ji Qianyue, Ren Yuan, Sun Qin and the other young experts of the human race looked at each other and were speechless for a long time. Lu Mingma let out a long sigh and turned to look at his elder sister. His handsome face was full of seriousness as he said earnestly, "Elder sister, you must have a sense of crisis." Lu Limo was stunned by her brother's baffling words and did not recover for a long time. Our human emperor is indeed extraordinary to be able to obtain the favor of so many girls. Yao Tianwu opened his mouth and explained in a timely manner. Lu Limo was smart and immediately understood what her brother meant. Her beautiful face could not help but turn red. "Little brat, are you looking for a beating?" Lu Limo raised her eyebrows. This brother of hers was asking her to take the initiative to chase after Du Xiaofu. Although she was reprimanding Lu Mingma, Lu Limo's eyes unconsciously drifted to Sun Qin and Jiang Yiting. It was as if she was asking, "Do you also have a sense of crisis?" Chapter 25:18. Sun Qin and Jiang Yiting blushed under Lu Limo's gaze. Their faces were filled with anger and they almost scolded. "If you want to throw yourself into his arms, then go ahead. Why are you dragging us down with you?" Feng Wuche glanced at the beautiful ladies and rubbed his nose. He stared at them and said, "I think I know something. You guys are confessing. I think we might be single for the rest of our lives if we follow behind the Rock Emperor." Lu Limo's face was filled with sorrow and pain. Ren Yuan, Yao Tianwu, the #1 hero, and the others nodded their heads to express their agreement. They were all outstanding talents of the human tribe. However, they were overshadowed by Du Xiaofu, the new human emperor. The most beautiful women of the human race seemed to have taken a liking to him, and their hearts seemed to have fallen for him. This was too much of a blow to them. Ji Qianyue, who was standing at the side, reached out and ran her fingers through her flowing red hair. Her eyes shone with a strange light. She did not have much contact with Du Xiaofu. Most of her knowledge of him was from hearsay. She did not know what was going on. "Why are you still talking so much? Let's go." Lu Limo straightened her expression and suppressed her emotions as she said in a serious tone. Then, her petite body began to move. She transformed into a beautiful shadow and dashed into the distance. Sun Qin and Jiang Yiting also followed closely behind. At this moment, I feel a deep sense of danger. Feng Wucha sighed and said with a bitter smile. After that, everyone did not delay any longer. They all turned into flowing lights and disappeared into the dark sky. For the rest of the time, Du Xiaofu and the rest were not in a hurry to travel. However, on the third day, they finally returned to the land of Kyushu and entered the territory of Ningzhou. The distance to the desolate country could be considered to be very close. The devil religion's actions have become more frequent recently. At the front of the group, Du Xiaofu said with narrowed eyes as he hurried forward. In the past few days, they had encountered several forces of the demonic sect along the way. These people from the devil religion hadn't killed too many people on the surface. However, Du Xiaofu knew that they were only rapidly expanding in the dark to build an even stronger force. When the time was right, it would turn into a sharp blade in the hands of the Fiend Celestial. Under the command of the 9 Fiend Celestial Emperors, it would bring endless blood and misery to this world. All over Kyushu, there should be corresponding forces to deal with the expansion of the devil religion. Soul Concubine pursed her lips and said, "But as long as the devil religion doesn't give up, there will definitely be a large-scale clash." She was now considered a member of Du Xiaofu's faction, so she naturally had a good understanding of the devil religion. Bloodshed is unavoidable because the devil religion won't give up on killing, Du Xiaofu said in a low voice. In the primordial era, the devil religion provoked the dragon phoenix calamity and plunged the entire world into chaos. Countless living beings died in battle. If not for the Du family's ancestors, who were the heavenly Tao, taking action in the end, this world would probably have been controlled by the devil religion. Now that they had made a comeback, it was impossible for them to be merciful. "What do you plan to do next?" Soul Concubine asked. Du Xiaofu pondered for a moment and said, "The devil religion is ferocious, and the Fiend Celestial is incomparably powerful. Only with the power of all living beings in this world can we resist them. However, right now, some forces, including the dragons and the 9 great families, still want to stay out of this. Some are even thinking of cooperating with the devil religion to protect themselves. These forces that have the tendency to collude with the devil religion cannot be allowed to continue acting so wantonly. Otherwise, in the upcoming calamity, not only will they not be able to help the living beings of this world, they might even stab us in the back at any time." "So?" Soul Concubine asked. "So, I plan to visit them one by one. It's best if they're obedient, but if they still refuse to come to their senses, then..." Du Xiaofu's expression became serious. His eyes flashed with purple gold light and murderous aura. "Then I'll have to beat them up one by one. I'll beat them until they're really in pain. Then I'll teach them how to behave in a pleasant manner. If they continue to be stubborn, then we might as well just eliminate them. Since they refuse to contribute to the common people, we can't allow them to become a great threat to this world." Soul Concubine's gaze was gloomy as she looked at Du Xiaofu's resolute profile. His words were filled with unparalleled dominance, and she couldn't help but feel a little dazed. A moment later, Soul Concubine also realized that she had lost her composure. She puffed out her magnificent chest and said with a smile, "If there's anything you need me to do, just tell me. I'm willing to drink blood for you without hesitation." Du Xiaofu was extremely embarrassed when he heard this, but then, he nodded seriously. Although Soul Concubine's words contained a hint of teasing, Du Xiaofu knew in his heart that this woman with peerless strength should be sincerely willing to help him now. "We'll reach the desolate country very soon. At that time, with you overseeing the Stone City, I'll be much more at ease," Du Xiaofu said. "You're going to meet those major forces right away?" Soul Concubine asked. Du Xiaofu grunted in acknowledgement. "Let's do it one by one. Let's start with the dragons. The demon god may fully recover at any time. The situation is urgent, and I don't have much time to slowly plan. After these things are settled, there are still many forces in the 3 continents and Kyushu that need to be integrated. We have to do it quickly." As Du Xiaofu spoke, he was thinking about many things in his heart. While organizing the dragons, the 9 great families, and other forces, he had to do his best to find the 36 spiritual thunders and the 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons. In addition, the forces in Tianhuang mainland, the demon world, and other forces had to be integrated step by step. He wanted to eradicate all the internal problems in this world before the demon god fully recovered. At that time, countless living beings would be united, and it would be much easier to deal with the devil religion. The final enemy was still the invincible godfiend in this world. "Your desolate country has a group of country guardian divine envoys. After I go there, shouldn't you also give me a title?" Soul Concubine's lips and teeth opened slightly, and her beautiful eyes flickered with a cunning light. "No problem at all. You can choose any title you want." Du Xiaofu waved his hand and said heroically. To be able to exchange a title for the help of such an expert, this transaction couldn't be any more worthwhile. However, Soul Concubine's next sentence made Du Xiaofu feel like he had been deceived. "Well, I don't really care about those empty titles. It's just that you, the Rock Emperor, haven't conferred the title of Empress yet, right? Why don't?" Du Xiaofu was so scared that his face turned ashen. He rubbed his forehead helplessly. He had unknowingly fallen into a trap. If he really gave Soul Concubine such a title, wouldn't it mean that he had something to do with her? At that time, wouldn't that tomboy Ouyang Shuang? Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but clamp his legs together. He felt a chill somewhere. Chapter 25-19. Du Xiaofu Desolate Country, Stone City. In the Grand Hall, waves of Imperial Palace dragon chi swirled around, exuding a vast and majestic aura. Du Xiaofu sat at the head of the table. Beside him were Elder Yi, First Uncle, Second Uncle, Murong Yuruo, and the other leaders of the desolate country. In addition, Hun Ji, Feng Wucha, Jiang Yiting, Ren Yuan, and the other experts from the ancient desolate continent were also seated. "Xiaofu, you've just returned and you're in a hurry to go out again?" First Uncle Du Jinwu asked. Du Xiaofu nodded and said, "There are many things that need to be done quickly. We don't have time to waste. Yes, now that the devil religion is expanding, your father and Sacred Array child Jin Qinchun have also brought people to various places to deal with various matters. Almost all the experts above the Saint Realm in the desolate country have left. Only Xiaoba, Xiaowang, Xiaolin, and Shuang are left," Yi Wuming continued. After the tomb of Heavenly Tao opened, the power of the world had surged. With the support of countless resources from the desolate country, his cultivation had reached the master domain level of the martial domain realm. He was not too far away from the Saint Realm. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across First Uncle, Second Uncle, and the others. He realized that they had also reached the domain realm. He couldn't help but feel overjoyed. "Send someone to find out where Little Star went. Once there's a result, inform me immediately. I have to find her as soon as possible, and then we can go to the Four Seas Dragons together," Du Xiaofu said again. Yi Wuming nodded and said, "I'll send someone to do it right away. Other than that, have Xiaolin make a trip to the Tianhuang continent and integrate the desolate leopard and other beasts. In the upcoming war, this force cannot be ignored, Du Xiaofu continued to instruct. At the same time, outside the main hall, 2 young children, a boy, a girl, and a little beast poked their heads out and hid in the dark to eavesdrop. These 3 little guys were none other than Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaowang, and Du Xiaolin. When Du Xiaofu finished speaking, Du Xiaolin's pair of bright eyes became even more resplendent, and the corner of his mouth raised into a Kylin-like smile. He was in high spirit. Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaowang, on the other hand, looked at Du Xiaolin hopefully at the same time, and then they each pointed at their noses and silently mouthed to Du Xiaolin, "Take me, take me!" The little Qilin looked at Du Xiaoba and then looked at Du Xiaowang. It blinked its big eyes a few times, and its immature little face showed an embarrassed expression. Upon hearing Du Xiaofu's words, second uncle Du Zhixiong asked worriedly, "Will little Lin be in danger if he doesn't accompany you to Tianhuang mainland?" "Don't worry, second uncle. The beasts of Tianhuang mainland respect Qilins to begin with. Now that little Qilin is born, it's something that they have been yearning for since ancient times." Du Xiaofu said, "Little Lin definitely won't run into any obstacles this time. Those experts of the beast race have indeed been restricted for too long." Hearing that, Du Zhixiong nodded and said, "Those words make sense. Then let little Shuang accompany little Lin, so that she can take care of the little fellow." "Of course." Du Xiaofu agreed readily and continued, "Let Xiaoba and Xiaowang, the 2 brats, come along too, so that they don't stay at home and cause trouble." Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaowang, who were hiding outside the main hall, heard that and were immediately delighted. "Dad, I love you to death." Du Xiaowang waved her little fists and said excitedly. Du Xiaoba hurriedly covered her mouth and made a shushing gesture. This scene naturally could not escape Du Xiaofu's perception. Everyone in the main hall also burst into laughter, amused by the children's adorable behavior. However, Du Xiaofu's decision also made Du Jinwu, Du Zhixiong and the others feel much more relieved. Although the 3 children were young, each of them had a terrifying cultivation of the Saint realm. Coupled with little Shuang's accompaniment, as long as they did not encounter experts like the 9 great demon emperors of the devil religion, there would basically be no problems. The dragons are a tough nut to crack. This trip will definitely be a fierce battle. I'll have to trouble Yi Lao to send a message to Yi Piaoling and the 18,000 ancient Jade brothers. Tell them to rush to the 4 seas and meet up with us." Du Xiaofu said. "Understood." Yi Wuming nodded. The group continued to discuss matters related to the barren country, the devil religion and other related matters. As for Ji Qianyue, Sun Qin, number 1 hero and a dozen other young experts, Du Xiaofu directly grabbed able-bodied men and arranged a difficult task for them, to guide the cultivation of some of the outstanding children in the barren country. Almost all of the barren country's Saint Realm experts were busy outside and had no time to do this. Now that they had these coolies, it would be a waste not to use them. With the strength of these young experts, it would be more than enough to guide a group of barren country's disciples. However, these people had come out of the ancient wilderness continent to gain experience and seek higher breakthroughs. Du Xiaofu could not let them rot in the barren country forever. After they completed their task, Yi Lao and the others arranged for them to help the barren country deal with the devil religion. As for Hun Ji, Du Xiaofu planned to let her guard the barren country. With her strength not inferior to his, even if the 9 great demon emperors attacked the barren country together, she would be able to resist for a period of time with her own strength. This arrangement also allowed all of the barren country's Saint Realm experts to be free of worries and deal with the devil religion with peace of mind. After half a day, all of the tasks were carefully explained and everyone dispersed. Du Xiaofu went to the courtyard where his mother lived alone and found that she was still in seclusion. However, from the powerful aura that his mother unconsciously emitted when she was cultivating, Du Xiaofu was pleasantly surprised to find that her attainments in talisman Taoism had actually made a terrifying breakthrough. Before his mother had gone into seclusion, he had given her the mysterious incomplete cultivation technique. After reading it, his mother had exclaimed, "Extraordinary," and immediately went into seclusion. He did not expect that after returning from the ancient wilderness fearsome lands, she had made such a terrifying improvement. Not wanting to disturb his mother's cultivation, Du Xiaofu exclaimed in surprise and turned to leave quietly. "It seems that our Du family will soon have another Saint Realm talisman master." Du Xiaofu muttered to himself and smiled happily. His mother's breakthrough was also due to the increase in the overall strength of the Du family and the barren country. In the upcoming calamity, they would have more power to protect themselves. This was just as he had hoped. Thinking back, the motivation for his hard work in cultivation was so that his family of 4 could be reunited. Now, all of his efforts were to protect the people behind him. His family, friends, loved ones, and people. There was one similarity between the two. That was, the enemies that Du Xiaofu faced were much stronger than him. Only with enough strength could one shoulder the heavy burden on one's shoulders. The only difference was that Du Xiaofu now had countless helpers and followers. He no longer needed to face everything alone and fight alone. Chapter 25:20. The sea was vast and boundless. A purple-robed young man walked on the waves, his body rising and falling with the waves. He seemed to have become one with the sea. The young man was holding the hand of a 7 or 8-year-old girl. There was a strange mark on the girl's forehead. It flickered with a cold light, appearing a bit demonic. These two people were Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing, who were preparing to head to the dragons. "Dad, should the dragons be hiding under the sea?" Little Xingxing asked Du Xiaofu. "Everyone knows that the dragons reside in the 4 seas, but it's probably not so easy for people to find out where their nest is. So, I'm afraid we'll have to investigate a little more," Du Xiaofu said with a smile. Then, he turned to look at little Xingxing and asked, "The purest azure dragon bloodline flows in your body. Can you sense the aura of the dragons?" Little Xingxing nodded, then shook her head. "I feel a bit close to this place. I can vaguely sense some things. It's just that this sea is too vast. I really can't confirm the exact location of the dragons." Du Xiaofu nodded, indicating that he understood. Little Xingxing had the azure dragon and vermilion bird bloodlines in her body. She was completely above the dragons and phoenixes. However, the 4 seas were vast and boundless. It was normal that she could only sense some things. At the very least, it was better than Du Xiaofu's feeling of nothing. "Let's go down and take a look. Your Uncle Yi Piaoling and the others haven't arrived yet. Why don't we go and scout the way first?" As Du Xiaofu spoke, he dived downwards, bringing little Xingxing with him into the sea. A vast aura rippled from his body, isolating the sea water outside. It was as if they were in a big bubble. "There's a cold, murderous aura deep in the sea," Du Xiaofu said. As the two of them continued to descend, the light became darker and darker. In the sparkling waves, countless corals and seaweeds swayed with the waves. Du Xiaofu felt that the environment in the sea was getting colder and colder. This kind of coldness was different from the pure coldness of frigid snow seal. Instead, it carried the intent of ecstasy and corroding the bones, affecting one's primordial spirit and physical body. If one was not a creature of the sea, even if one had reached the martial emperor realm, one would still be greatly affected. However, with Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing's cultivation, they could completely disregard this kind of cold fiendish qi. "I'll go find a stronger creature and ask," Little Star said. Du Xiaofu nodded in agreement. The power of his primordial spirit spread out and enveloped an area of tens of thousands of kilometers under the sea. "Hee, something interesting is happening 1,000 miles ahead. Let's go and have a look." Du Xiaofu couldn't help but smile at the feedback he received from the power of his essence soul. After that, the two of them flew off into the distance. Countless fishes, turtles, prawns, and crabs swam past him. Many of them were emitting a hazy glow and were extremely beautiful. However, these creatures were extremely weak and couldn't pose any threat to Du Xiaofu and Little Star at all. Moreover, the aura that the two of them emitted and their incomparably swift speed made them unconsciously fearful. They all hid in the distance and didn't dare to get close. "We're here." In less than half an hour, Du Xiaofu had already brought Little Star to an underwater mountain range. This underwater mountain range stretched for 1,000 miles and was covered in patches of underwater plants. In the depths of the mountain range, there were a few strong underwater creatures gathered. At that moment, the conversation between the creatures had also reached Du Xiaofu and Little Star's ears. "Beiluan, hand over Shualian and I'll let you go today," a strange creature of the sea tribe said. This creature's words were filled with a strong threat. He had transformed into a human form and looked like a young man in his 30s. It was just that its round head and hairless head looked very strange. What was even more surprising was that his torso was like a cylinder. His 8 arms were wrapped around his neck and were extremely long. They were like tentacles that swayed up and down. "Shifu, don't go too far. At most, we'll fight to the death today," another young man with 2 shells on his head said angrily. He was also in human form. In his right hand, he held a trident that was as tall as a person. It was suffused with a ferocious aura. In his left hand, he was holding the hand of a young woman with sparkling and translucent skin. She was beautiful and charming. Seeing such a 3-headed creature, Little Star couldn't help but open his mouth. "Father, what kind of creatures are these 3? They look too strange." "Hey, that one with a circle of hands under his head should be from the Dead Cow clan, which is what we often call the octopus or the octopus." Du Xiaofu pursed his lips and continued, "The one with 2 tiles on his head must be a shell-type creature. Then, that woman with skin that is so tender that it's almost transparent, what kind of clan is she?" Little Star continued to ask. Du Xiaofu chuckled. "That should be a jellyfish. She's really beautiful. No wonder those 2 men are fighting for her and even look like they want to perish together." As Du Xiaofu and Little Star spoke, they stood not far away from the 3 of them and commented on them. They didn't lower their voices at all and naturally, the other party heard what they said. "Who's the one pointing fingers here? Are you tired of living?" The octopus man called Shifu turned his head and stared at Du Xiaofu and Little Star with his 2 eyes embedded in his bald head. His 8 arms were constantly moving as if he was ready to attack at any time. At the same time, Beiluan, who was a shell-type creature, also frowned and looked at Du Xiaofu. Obviously, their pointing and gossiping had provoked public indignation. "How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? I think you're the one who's tired of living." As the Purple Dragon Emperor, Little Star had never been afraid of trouble and instantly rebutted him. If it weren't for Du Xiaofu holding him back, he probably would have punched the octopus into pieces. Humans? Could they be humans? The jellyfish, who had transformed into a ripple, covered her small mouth and her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. "That's right, we are humans," Du Xiaofu said with a smile. "Audacious humans. How dare you come to my sea to behave so atrociously and spout nonsense here? Then, you shall leave your life here." Little Star's words infuriated Shifu, and with a loud roar it moved. 8 arms shot out like 8 long whips toward Du Xiaofu and Little Star. The tyrannical power surged, causing the sea to churn violently and creating a whistling sound at the bottom of the sea. "Be careful!" Beiluan saw this and immediately cried out in alarm, reminding Du Xiaofu to dodge. However, Du Xiaofu only frowned and did not make any move to meet the enemy. Shifu was also a beast-revered realm cultivator and could be considered to be not bad. However, this level of cultivation was not enough to catch Sumo's attention. He only felt that this person was too domineering. He wanted to kill him just because of a disagreement. Did he really think that Sumo was a soft persimmon? Humph, you overestimate yourself. Little Star snorted coldly. He stood where he was and directly stretched out a small hand toward Shifu. A terrifying force erupted, forming a spiral that twisted Shifu's 8 whips together. Little Xingxing held them in his hands like a hemp rope. Then, Little Xingxing tugged gently, and after a few puff, puff, puff sounds, the 8 arms were cut off. Shifu screamed and retreated in a panic. Scarlet blood gushed out and dyed the surrounding seawater a crimson color. This, Bei Luan and Shui Lian looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. That little girl from the human race had crippled Shifu with a casual move. This was too terrifying. If you dare to hurt me, my Dead Ox clan will not let you off. Shifu roared loudly. A huge octopus appeared, but all of its tentacles had been cut off. He shouted and roared nonstop. At the same time, he unleashed his beast-revered realm cultivation and quickly fled into the distance. The seawater was stirred up with a hululu sound, causing monstrous waves to rise on the surface of the sea in this area. On the side, Bei Luan and Shui Lian's bodies also swayed along with him. Du Xiaofu did not stop him and allowed him to leave. Dad, do you want to keep him? I haven't eaten an octopus before. I wonder how it tastes. Little Star grabbed the 8 huge octopus claws, her big eyes emitting green light. The violently tumbling sea water did not even make her small body tremble. I haven't eaten it before either. I'll try it when I have the chance. Du Xiaofu smiled and said, but one may not be enough. Didn't that guy say that he would call the Dead Ox clan to come and kill us? If they really dare to come, we'll take them all. If we can't finish them, we can bring them back for Lil Ba and Lil Huang to have a taste. Little Star nodded and deeply felt that this was a wonderful idea. Shifu left in a sorry state, and the boundless waves slowly subsided. Bei Luan and Shui Lian also steadied themselves. Du Xiaofu smiled and cast his gaze over. His smiling face caused the young man and woman of the sea race to shiver. Which one of you can tell me how to go to the dragons? Du Xiaofu asked. The purpose of his trip was to enter the dragons, and he did not want to waste too much time here. Furthermore, the cultivations of these people could also be considered to be quite impressive. Therefore, he should be able to obtain some useful information by asking them. Dragons? You want to go to the dragons? Bei Luan's body trembled when he heard this. To see tribe creatures like them, the dragons were a supreme existence. They were terrifyingly powerful and were the kings of the 4 seas. If you know, please tell me. I thank you in advance. Du Xiaofu said very politely. He was not an arrogant person, and it was impossible for him to attack those 2 for no reason. Seeing that Du Xiaofu was so easy to talk to, Bei Luan also calmed down a little and said, I've only heard that the dragons reside in the Nirvana Dragon Abyss, but I don't know where the Nirvana Dragon Abyss is. That kind of existence is not something that we can come into contact with. He was clear in his heart that these 2 humans definitely had a great background for them to be associated with the dragon race. The Nirvana Dragon Abyss. Du Xiaofu was silent. When he was in the outside world, he had only heard that the dragons resided in the 4 seas, but he had never heard of the Nirvana Dragon Abyss. The sea was so vast, and he had no idea where to start looking for it on his own. Perhaps, he would only be able to obtain the information he wanted from the mouths of those powerful beings. Father, that arrogant octopus just now might come back. Should we wait here? Little Xingxing pondered and said. Her meaning was clear. If Shifu came back, he would definitely bring a group of powerhouses from the Dead Ox tribe with him and capture them. Presumably, powerful sea creatures would know the location of the Nirvana Dragon Abyss. Du Xiaofu felt that it made sense and felt that this method was very feasible. However, Balin said with fear, Sir, you'd better leave quickly. Shifu is the young genius of the Dead Ox tribe, and he is favored by the half-saint ancestor. Now that he has been crippled, with the vengeful nature of the ancestor, He will surely be furious and even come to deal with you personally. A half-saint ancestor? Du Xiaofu curled up the corners of his mouth. He didn't expect that the Dead Ox tribe was not weak, and they actually had a half-saint powerhouse. If it was an ordinary sea tribe, they would be very afraid of such a powerhouse. Unfortunately, the people who had crippled Shifu were the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, and the Purple Dragon Emperor, Little Star. If that half-saint octopus really dared to come, it would only end up being sacrificed to the temple of its internal organs. Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu and Little Star couldn't help but feel a little expectant, as if they saw delicious food waving at them. Come, come, come. Let's try this 8-legged octopus first. Du Xiaofu took Shifu's 8 tentacles from Little Star. Each of them was as thick as an adult's arm and about 10 meters long. They were incomparably sturdy. I'll go find firewood to start a fire. Little Star was also excited and instantly jumped into the distance. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on the ground, and an even more powerful force surged out of his body, repelling all the seawater within 10 meters around him, forming a large space that was enough for him to use his fists and feet. After that, he washed the 8 octopus hands and took out a large cauldron, a grill, seasoning, and other things from his cosmos bag. In a short while, Little Star had already returned, dragging a large pile of seaweed, corals, and other plants, like a small mountain. Little Star used his profound chi to evaporate the water in these plants, turning them into flammable firewood, and quickly started a fire. Du Xiaofu roasted the pot together, his movements skillful. Not long after, bursts of meat fragrance drifted in the small space. It smells so good. Little Star twitched his nose and drooled. Come and try it. Du Xiaofu handed a thin sword to Little Star, on which there was a section of octopus wrist that glowed with oil. The fragrance of the meat was mixed with the smell of cumin and pepper. Little Star took it and began to chew. His eyes narrowed into a line, and he enjoyed it very much. Let me try the taste of the pot. Du Xiaofu picked up a big piece of meat from the big cauldron and threw it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, he let out a "oh" sound and praised, "It's delicious. The texture is really good, it's chewy." Little Star threw down the thin sword, which had been eaten clean of meat, and picked up a piece from the pot. He held it in his hand and called out to Beiluan and Shualian, "Do you want to try it too?" Not far away, Beiluan and Shualian were dumbfounded. Due to the isolation of the seawater, they could not smell the fragrance of the meat. They could only see the 2 humans eating enthusiastically. They knew that these 2 people were very strong, at least in the Martial Field realm. They were too bold, daring to roast and eat the dead cow clan. "Sir, you'd better leave quickly. If you're too late." Shualian did not finish her sentence. There was a hint of anxiousness in her words, but it was easy to understand what she meant. If the old ancestor of the half-saint realm chased them here and happened to see this scene, he would not let them go so easily. At that time, these 2 humans would not be able to leave even if they wanted to. Du Xiaofu swallowed a piece of fragrant roast meat, nodded, and said to Beiluan and Shualian, "That's right, you'd better leave quickly, lest you get into more trouble." These 2 sea tribe members seemed to be quite kind, and he did not want to implicate them. "Sir, you." Beiluan also spoke. "Don't worry about us, leave quickly. If you don't leave, I'll roast and eat you together," Du Xiaofu said without lifting his eyelids. Beiluan and Shualian trembled in fear at the same time. If it's the seashells, they should be braised with hot peppers. The taste should be pretty good. Little Star casually agreed. The 2 sea tribe members were so scared that their faces turned green. They did not dare to delay any longer. They did not even say goodbye and quickly swam away into the distance. Such an outcome made Du Xiaofu and Little Star unable to hold back their laughter. They looked at each other and laughed loudly. "My father is indeed the Demon King. Look at how scared the child is," Little Star teased. "Your father is indeed the Demon King, but you can also be considered a little demon king. Du Xiaofu retorted. This name is not bad. I'll use it in the future. It's not inferior to the Purple Dragon Emperor's name. Little Star gladly accepted. The father and daughter pair ate heartily as they bickered. By the time he was almost done eating, a group of people had really come to surround and kill him. There were more than 100 people in this group, and all of them had strange shape. They were similar to Shifu from before, and all of them had 8 arms under their necks, forming a circle. As soon as they arrived, they saw the large cauldron and grill in front of Du Xiaofu and Little Star, as well as some remaining octopus tentacles. They were instantly enraged. Audacious humans, you actually dare to injure the younger generation of my clan, and eat my dead cow clan. I'll kill you. At the front, an old man pointed at Du Xiaofu and Little Star and cursed loudly. He was gasping for breath as he spoke, and it was obvious that he was extremely angry. This old man's face was haggard and hairless, and his eye sockets were sunken. He looked extremely like an old monk who was about to die. Beside him, a young man who had lost all his limbs glared angrily, and he wished for nothing more than to kill the 2 humans with his gaze. Du Xiaofu burped as if he had just noticed the arrival of this group of people. He rubbed his round belly and beamed with joy. Aha, not bad. So many octopus came again. It's enough for our whole family to eat for a long time. Little Star seemed to have eaten too much. She propped herself up from the ground with difficulty, and her little head nodded incessantly. She even casually put away the remaining octopus tentacles into her cosmos bag. Through their perception, the father and daughter also noticed that the old man in the lead was a half-saint expert. Human kid, you're too arrogant. Do you think my sea is a place where you can behave atrociously? The old man was furious, and he immediately charged towards Du Xiaofu. His 8 extremely thick arms waved wildly, and his killing intent soared. His half-saint cultivation erupted, causing the sea to boil, the ground at the bottom of the sea to collapse, and sand to surge. Du Xiaofu stood still and didn't resist. He allowed his body to be entangled by the old man. Kid, die! The old man shouted loudly. The suckers that were the size of millstones on the 8 tentacles emitted dazzling light. The tentacles moved, and boundless force swept out with the intention of mincing Du Xiaofu into pieces. But very quickly, the old man's movements froze. He realized that no matter how much force he exerted, he couldn't move the young human at all. This couldn't help but make him feel greatly alarmed. Saint Realm! The old man exclaimed in horror. He finally realized how terrifying this young man was. Run, it's a Saint Realm expert! The old man exclaimed. He immediately retracted his 8 arms and wanted to escape. Hundreds of Dead Bull Clan experts trembled with fear when they heard this. They didn't need to think anymore. They all turned around and wanted to leave. At the same time, a series of muffled sounds rang out, like firecrackers being set off. Plumes of black smoke rose from the buttocks of these people, and quickly dyed the sea water black. While it blurred their vision, it also carried a terrifying killing intent. However, these people's figures had just rushed out for less than 5 feet when they suddenly stopped. Everyone, including the half-saint old man, only felt that the surrounding sea water seemed to have solidified, and they couldn't pass through it at all. Why are you running? Isn't it better to stay and be our food? Du Xiaofu said with a smile. Powerful energy erupted from his body and repelled the polluted sea water around the Dead Bull Clan expert. How dare you fart? So disgusting! Little Xingxing pinched his nose and didn't want to go near those people. Du Xiaofu walked to the half-saint old man and asked, You should know where the Nirvana Dragon Abyss is. Take us there and I'll spare your lives today. He still had important matters to attend to, and he didn't want to waste too much time here. The old man was stunned on the spot. Only now did he truly realize exactly what sort of terrifying figure he'd offended, and he couldn't arouse the slightest thought of resisting or fleeing any longer. Nirvana Dragon Abyss? This. Faced with Du Xiaofu's question, he was stunned for a long time, and fear appeared in his old eyes. What, you don't want to? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and asked. The old man hurriedly waved his hand and said, My lord, that is the habitat of the dragons. What do you want to do there? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Little Xingxing put on a fierce face and said coldly. The half-saint old man of the Dead Bull clan immediately shrank back in fear. Then, he asked suspiciously, My lord, if I take you there, will you really spare us? The old man's legs trembled. Although he was very afraid of the dragons, he didn't have any other choice at the moment. He could only pray that this human would keep his promise. I'll do as I say, Du Xiaofu said. In this regard, the old man could only nod in agreement. Let's go quickly. If you dilly-dally, I'll eat you, Little Xingxing shouted. The old man didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He immediately took the two people and swam in a direction. Du Xiaofu didn't make things difficult for the rest of the Dead Bull clan and let them go directly. Chapter 25-21. Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing traveled swiftly under the guidance of the half-saint ancestor of the Death Bull clan. They spent a lot of time traversing millions of miles of sea. Du Xiaofu was shocked to discover that the area of this sea was probably much larger than the entire 3 continents and 9 prefectures combined. There were also countless powerful clans in the sea. Just like the living beings on land, they ruled in all directions. Du Xiaofu didn't want to provoke them rashly. He estimated that Yi Piaoling, Qin Guyu, and the others should have reached the 4 seas by now. However, he didn't need to wait for them. It was a piece of cake for the 18 celestial guards to find the Nirvana Dragon Abyss with their abilities. Since the 3 of them didn't open a space tunnel to travel, it took them half a day to finally reach a mountain range at the bottom of the sea. When Du Xiaofu probed with the power of soul, he discovered that there was an enormous mountain range a few thousand kilometers ahead. At that moment, the old man from the Death Ox clan also stopped his footstep. He was unwilling to continue onward. My lords, there is a canyon in the mountain ahead. I heard that there is an endless canyon there. It is the Nirvana Dragon Abyss, the place where the dragons reside. The elder said respectfully to Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing, Please forgive me for only being able to send you off here. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at the 2 of them. He looked very cautious, afraid that the 2 saints would be dissatisfied. Your mission is complete. You can go now. Du Xiaofu waved his hand casually and motioned for the elder to leave. He didn't have any deep enmity with the elder, so he didn't want to make things difficult for him. However, Du Xiaofu's reaction stunned the half-saint elder for a moment. He didn't expect this human youth to let him go so easily. Why aren't you getting out of here? Do you want to be eaten by us that much? Little Xingxing glanced at the elder and muttered. Hearing this, the old man seemed to have woken up from a dream and swam into the distance without stopping. However, he did not go too far away. Instead, he hid behind a huge reef hundreds of kilometers away. He hid in the dark and observed Du Xiaofu and the young man with hope. He wanted to see what kind of relationship these 2 humans had with the dragons. This scene naturally couldn't escape the senses of Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing's soul cores. You're quite curious. The 2 of them merely smiled at this and didn't ask any questions. The dragons are one of the top forces in this world. Their lair is indeed majestic. Du Xiaofu didn't pay any attention to the half-saint old man. In the blink of an eye, he was sizing up the mountain range in the distance with narrowed eyes. That mountain range couldn't be considered to be tall, but there were expanses of strange peaks that protruded out like bamboo shoots after the rain, and they stood towering in row upon row. At the bottom of the gloomy water, one could still see patches of multicolored light blooming, lingering between the mountain range like clouds and mist. Under the cover of countless marine plants, strings of bubbles gurgled out. They were similarly colorful and incomparably gorgeous. From afar, Du Xiaofu and the young man could feel the rich spiritual energy transmitted over. Presumably, if one really cultivated there for a long time and was enveloped by such spiritual energy, one would be able to obtain great benefit. Let's go. We're not here for sightseeing this time. The dragons won't bring flowers and applause to welcome us. If we can't come to an agreement, we might as well just fight our way in, Du Xiaofu said with a smile. Then, his figure flashed quickly and rushed towards the mountain range with little Xingxing. The old man of the Dead Ox clan also quietly followed. The two of them only spent a few breaths of time to travel thousands of kilometers and reach the depths of the mountain range. When they got close, it was just as the old man of the Dead Ox clan had said. There was a bottomless abyss lying between the countless mountain ranges. This bottomless abyss was thousands of kilometers wide. Looking from above, it was pitch black. Even when the power of the origin spirit was released, it was impossible to find out how deep it was. Is this the Nirvana Dragon Abyss? I feel that there's a powerful talisman formation protecting this place that prevents the power of the origin spirit from probing. The mark between little Xingxing's eyebrows flickered as he spoke slowly. The foundation of the dragons has been accumulating for eons. It's definitely not ordinary. Although this talisman formation hasn't been fully activated, it's still very terrifying. Let's not be too careless. A purple-gold light flashed in Du Xiaofu's eyes as he spoke solemnly. Little Xingxing nodded in agreement, but there was no fear in him. Dad, I'll beat the grass to scare the snake and find out what's going on, Little Xingxing said to Du Xiaofu as a powerful force suddenly erupted from his small body. A vast aura gushed out and endless light burst out, causing the surrounding mountain ranges to hum and shake. Little Xingxing's action immediately attracted the attention of the Nirvana Dragon Abyss. A loud shout came from the bottomless abyss in front of them. Who dares to step into the Nirvana Dragon Abyss? Immediately after, a wave of golden light burst out and lit up the dark abyss. It was magnificent. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, an immeasurable dragon body rushed out of the abyss. As the dragon body twisted, it was like an incomparably huge palm stirring the sea. In an instant, the sea within a radius of thousands of kilometers surged with turbulent undercurrents. As the seawater surged, it carried an enormous force that swept out in all directions. Monstrous winds were stirred up on the surface of the sea in this area, surging and howling. A powerful pressure was released from the dragon's roar, causing the half-saint ancestor of the Dead Ox clan, who was hundreds of kilometers behind Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing, to feel his scalp go numb. This was a feeling that came from the depths of his bloodline. It was an innate reverence and fear for higher races, and it had nothing to do with cultivation. Which clan are you from? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of us, the dragons? Hurry up and get lost, or we'll exterminate your entire clan. A dragon head that was as large as a mountain poked out and moved in front of Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing. 2 long breaths came out of the dragon's nose, which turned into 2 bubbles that were thousands of meters long and floated away. The dragon's whiskers swayed gently, and the dragon's eyes that were as bright as the sun glared fiercely at the 2 figures that were as tiny as ants in front of him. It seemed that as long as he blew gently, he could sweep the 2 of them to the ends of the earth. Ha, the dragons have been the kings of the 4 seas for many years. They are indeed arrogant enough, Du Xiaofu said indifferently. Boundless waves went around him on their own, and his body did not move at all. You're just a little mixed-blood dragon. You're not qualified to talk to me. Get Long Qianchao out. Little Xingxing took a step forward and placed one hand behind her back as she spoke domineeringly. The mixed-blood dragon before her had only just stepped into the beast region realm, so she naturally did not take him seriously. How dare you? My name is not something a little worm like you can call out. The dragon shouted, unable to restrain his anger at Little Xingxing's words. Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. As he spoke, the dragon's body twisted, and he swung his claws at little Xingxing's head, wanting to smash her into meat paste. "Humph! A mixed-blood dragon dares to be presumptuous in front of me." Little Xingxing stood still as she looked at the dragon claw that was swatting down. She did not dodge and only snorted coldly. The words that came out of her mouth gradually became grand and dignified. At the same time, an invisible might erupted from her body. Like a supreme race from the primordial era, it carried a domineering aura and directly suppressed the dragon's beast soul. The dragon let out a panicked roar, and its body suddenly lost control and smashed into the ground at the bottom of the sea with a bang, crushing the mountains and crushing them into powder. The seawater that had been stirred up by the dragon also calmed down under the effect of a mysterious force, and the wind and waves stopped abruptly. "Dragons! You're actually a dragon!" The dragon prostrated on the ground and looked at little Xingxing in horror as it spoke with a trembling voice. He was a dragon to begin with, so he could feel it extremely clearly. That boundless dragon might was even purer and more vast than that of the patriarchs in the clan. It could not be fake. One must know that little Xingxing's father was the dragon god. That was the ultimate powerhouse of the Azure Dragon clan, and his bloodline completely surpassed all the mixed-blood dragons in this world. After a long while, the dragon finally came to his senses and looked at little Xingxing in disbelief. "Purple Dragon Emperor, you're the Purple Dragon Emperor." At this point, he looked at the purple-robed young man again, and his huge dragon body trembled violently in horror. Since he knew the identity of the Purple Dragon Emperor, then the background of this purple-robed young man was also obvious. "Demon King Du Xiaofu," Huge said with a trembling voice. He himself also had the cultivation of the domain realm and was extremely extraordinary. Naturally, he knew a lot about the dragon's encounters in the outside world. Among them, there was one person that the dragons hated and feared the most. This person was known as the Demon King Du Xiaofu, the barren country's rock emperor, and he had created endless legends in the outside world. Many dragons had died in his hands, causing all the dragons to hate him to the core, and all of them wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. However, this person's cultivation had advanced rapidly over the years, and he had gathered countless experts around him. It was impossible to kill him. Now, his strength was even more terrifying, and he could compete with patriarch-level figures. With his mere cultivation of the Beast Region realm, he indeed didn't even have the qualifications to be looked at properly. "You can't stop me. Let Long Qianchao come out, or I don't mind killing you," little Xingxing said coldly. The dragon was a little troubled. Under the deterrence of the tyrannical dragon's might, the dragon obediently lay on the ground and lowered his proud head, unable to summon any thoughts of resistance. "If he's unwilling to pass on the message, we'll go in ourselves." "Let's go," Du Xiaofu said. He had no intention of starting a massacre. After all, in the future war against the devil religion, a domain realm dragon would also add a considerable amount of combat strength. Without further delay, Du Xiaofu turned around and pulled little Xingxing with him. With a leap, he directly jumped into the dark Nirvana dragon abyss and disappeared. When the dragon saw this scene, it still lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to move. 50 kilometers away, the half-saint old man who had followed Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing here couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The chill in his heart was even colder than the boundless seawater that enveloped his body. He didn't dare to think any further. A black light rose from his old body and turned into a huge octopus. It was his true form. The old man's half-saint cultivation erupted. 8 tentacles pierced through the underwater space, burrowed into his body, and escaped this area at the fastest speed possible. The dragon's cultivation was far inferior to his, so it had no idea at all. When the old man appeared again, a day had already passed. Using the spatial passage to travel, he was able to travel 1,000,000 kilometers away extremely quickly, much faster than when he had come. Demon King, it's actually that Demon King Du Xiaofu. The old man's octopus body transformed again, returning to a strange human form. He let out a long sigh of relief, incomparably glad that he'd managed to escape with his life. Even so, there was still lingering fear in his heart. His chest beat like a drum, as if he'd brushed shoulders with the god of death. If Du Xiaofu saw him like this, he wouldn't know whether to be happy or speechless. Was he that scary? Had his infamy already spread throughout the 4 seas? Sure fu, you damned brat. Relying on your extraordinary talent, you don't cultivate all day long. All you do is cause trouble for this old man. See how I'll deal with you when we get back. As the old man advanced through the water, he gnashed his teeth, inwardly blaming himself for spoiling Sure Fu too much all these years. He'd already made up his mind. When they got back, he would definitely confine Sure Fu. If he didn't reach the beast region, he wouldn't be able to take a single step out of the clan. As he cursed viciously, he didn't forget to continue on his way to the dead Oxen clan. After advancing for another few thousand kilometers, the old man's restless heart finally calmed down. However, before he could sigh, "At least I managed to keep my old life," he heard an indifferent voice not too far away. "Boss, there's a half-saint expert over there. His true form seems to be an octopus. He should know where we're going." Before this voice could finish, the old man saw a group of figures appear in front of him with a swish, 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 swish sound, blocking his path. Taking a closer look, he saw a total of 18 people. Furthermore, they were all men and incomparably young. Judging from their appearances and auras, they were all humans. Terrifying killing intent rippled from their bodies. Just looking at them would cause one to tremble in fear. My lords, this humble one is only passing by. I didn't obstruct you, did I?" The old man's voice trembled as he cautiously cupped his fists. His posture was extremely humble. He could clearly sense that the auras of these 18 people were all stronger than his. They were definitely all saints. When these 18 people gathered together, he sighed, "Are saints so worthless?" At the same time, he was incomparably terrified. "Do you know where the dragons are?" Among the 18 people, a black-robed man stepped out. His tone was extremely cold, and his content was straight to the point. There was not a single word of nonsense. Dragons. The half-saint old man was shocked when he heard this. He had just sent the Demon King to the dragons. Suddenly, 18 young people appeared. Could it be that there was some relationship between them? However, he did not dare to ask these questions. He could only firmly suppress them in his heart. "If you know, then say it. Don't waste our time." Behind the black-clothed man, another white-robed man with a slender figure and handsome features walked out. My lord, I don't know." The half-saint old man bowed and lowered his head deeply. His eyes evaded as he told a lie. He was already certain that these people must have a deep relationship with the Demon King. However, it was not easy to escape from Du Xiaofu's hands. He did not want to get involved in this kind of thing again. However, his heart was beating like a drum. He prayed that his lie would not be seen through by these people. "How dare you lie to us?" Among the 18 people, another robust young man snorted coldly. He walked to the front of the old man and looked at him with a burning gaze. "If you really don't know, then what are you feeling guilty about?" The old man was speechless. He did not expect that they would easily see through him even though he had tried his best to conceal it. However, he could not admit to this matter no matter what. "Dragons are incomparably powerful. They are not something that I can come into contact with. I really don't." The old man silently deliberated and was about to flatly deny it. Unexpectedly, he was suddenly interrupted by the robust young man halfway through his words. "Stop pretending to be pitiful. Take us there." This low shout already carried a bit of icy, killing intent. The old man's body suddenly trembled. In the end, he could only nod in panic and helplessness. Tears were about to flow out of his eyes. However, he was secretly complaining in his heart. Du Xiaofu took little Xingxing and the two of them jumped into the Nirvana Dragon abyss together. As expected, many powerful dragons appeared to stop them, wanting to kill the two of them who had trespassed into the dragon abyss. However, under the release of little Xingxing's dragon power, those powerful people were instantly forced to retreat. They did not dare to encroach in the slightest. Of course, there were also some powerful dragons who had retreated far away before coming into contact with Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing. They must have tipped off the dragons. Du Xiaofu did not stop them. Their trip this time was to subdue the dragons in the first place. There was no need to worry too much at all. Dad, the spirit chi below is so dense. It's much stronger than our desolate country. While descending, little Xingxing could feel the aura surrounding him and could not help but sigh emotionally. The dragons have accumulated an ancient heritage. It is indeed not something that our desolate country, which has only been established for a short decade, can compare to. Du Xiaofu nodded and said, "We have already descended for a long time, but we have not reached the bottom of the Nirvana Dragon abyss. Needless to say, we must have fallen into a talisman array. Remember to be careful." "Got it," little Xingxing replied and blinked his big eyes. "No matter how powerful this talisman array is, it shouldn't be able to trap my dad." "Of course," Du Xiaofu said confidently and smiled, ignoring the teasing in little Xingxing's words. As he spoke, his body suddenly emitted a golden light that filled the sky. After that, a huge red-bone horse monkey primordial spirit rushed out from between his brows and occupied the sea. Roar! The red-bone horse monkey roared and the sound waves spread out, turning into layers of ripples, causing layers of turbulent currents in the sea. "Reveal yourself!" Du Xiaofu bellowed, and the essence spirit of the red-bone horse monkey blossomed with a dazzling light, illuminating the dark abyss with incomparable brightness. Golden light filled the surroundings, and in an instant mysterious runes began to take shape in the surroundings. "This talisman array is indeed impressive," Du Xiaofu exclaimed in admiration. These patterns were formed by many talisman runes and moved according to a strange trajectory. It seemed to be messy and disorderly, but it contained all the principles and was hard to grasp. However, with Du Xiaofu's attainments in the talisman Tao, he was able to see through most of it very quickly. When this talisman array is not activated, it is an illusion array that can confuse people's senses and isolate the area that it is protecting, making people unable to detect it. Du Xiaofu analyzed. However, once there is any intense movement, it will activate the mechanism of the killing array. I'm afraid that even an ordinary Saint Stage cultivator would not be able to escape the fate of being killed. "Then what should we do?" little Xingxing asked. "Either we use our talisman Tao cultivation to break its principles, or we use brute force to break it. However, I don't have the heart to slowly study it here," Du Xiaofu said with a smile. Then, he called out to little Xingxing, "You be careful." Suddenly, the purple-gold heavenly tower appeared in his hand. "Sword breaks 10,000 miles. These words came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth. The broadsword in his hand was held up with both hands, and he raised it up. Suddenly, the four phantoms of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise appeared. They let out waves of dragon roars, tiger roars, sparrows, and tortoises' cries as they pounced out. A vast aura surged and condensed crazily. It quickly gathered into a dazzling sword light that was as bright as the sun. Such a sword light made Du Xiaofu look like a god. It slashed down at the Nirvana Dragon abyss under his feet. The sword light roared and slashed directly on the talisman array below. Boom! A vast sound reverberated in all directions. It was as if thousands of mountains had collapsed and thousands of waves were roaring. The abyss was trembling and the seawater was roaring. The entire underwater world seemed to be shaken violently. It trembled incessantly as if it was facing the end of the world. Swish, a long and narrow hole was torn open in the space. It stretched for thousands of miles, and a terrifying aura fluctuated. It was pitch black. The seawater was disturbed by the enormous force. It was as if it had been pushed aside by a giant hand, and it rolled to the sides directly. For a moment, a vacuum zone was formed around Du Xiaofu and Little Star. It all happened in the blink of an eye. When the sword light landed on the patterns of the talisman array, countless patterns flashed with dazzling brilliance. But right after that, amidst the sounds of rustling, they shattered successively and transformed into dense talisman markings that raged through the seawater and swept towards the surroundings. "Be careful, Dad. The killing array is coming," Little Star said. Du Xiaofu didn't need to be reminded of this. He didn't think that this attack could completely crack the talisman array that the dragons relied on to guard their clan. When the sword light shattered countless patterns, it also activated most of the remaining power of the talisman array. Countless patterns twisted and combined, and huge golden dragon bodies condensed. Their scarlet eyes were glaring, and there were probably tens of millions of them. It was as if a hornet's nest had been poked. Countless dragon-shaped phantoms charged towards Du Xiaofu and Little Star. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon roars were loud and resounded in the abyss, stirring up endless waves. Those pairs of blood-red eyes were filled with terrifying murderous intent. There really are a lot of them. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed. These dragon bodies were all formed by the talisman array and had powerful offensive power. When the dragons attacked, they would kill fiercely and shatter all obstacles. Today, if they were not careful, they might really fall into the trap and suffer some injuries.